Like to call the meeting to order at 4 p.m., June 14th, 2022, and announce that the board will be meeting in closed session to address items 1 through 4. Like to call for any public comment on closed session items. Seeing none, we will recess into closed session. We can. If we can please have everybody's attention, we'd like to get started. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 6:06 p.m. today, June 14th, 2022. And I'd like to announce that the board met in closed session and the following action was taken. The board voted unanimously to adopt a hearing officer's proposed decision as its own and terminate the employment of a classified employee in the classification of data processor. Good evening and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District Board meeting. Unless otherwise ordered by the Sacramento County Public Health Department, the state, or by other legal mandate, including AB 361 board resolution, the Board of Education has resumed full in-person board meetings. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings will be available to the public via the Zoom platform. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available to the district's YouTube channel. Public comment update, there will be one public comment period during each regular board meeting after board recognitions that will include both items within the district's jurisdiction but not on the board meeting agenda, and 2, public comments on items on the board meeting agenda. Public comments, the guidelines for the in-person public comments and participation can be found on the table outside of the boardroom and on the district's website. We'd like to acknowledge today being Flag Day, and we would also like to call on the Pledge of Allegiance from Foulks Ranch Elementary School and call on Mr. Mike Headstrom and then Principal Joe Donovan and Ms. Jamerson. If you can please come up to the podium, the principal, and then Ms. Jamerson will read a few things about you.
Good evening. I am going to read some words that Mr. Donovan has said about your dad, Mr. Hillstrom. And then after I read this, then I will ask you to lead us in the pledge, and then I'll ask you to stay there so we can present something to you. So Mr. Donovan says, Foulks Ranch Elementary is honored to recognize Mike Hillstrom as our education partner. Mike and Melody Hillstrom have been an integral part of the Foulks Ranch community since enrolling their children for the 2016-2017 school year. Brandon is a recent graduate of Harriet Eddy Middle School, and Lucas is nearing the end of his 5th grade year. Over the past 6 years, Mike has served the school community in many ways and is always willing to step in as needed. As PTO treasurer, he spearheaded fundraising efforts to ensure all 6th grade students could experience the week-long Mission Spring Science Camp. Over the years, he has generously volunteered in classrooms assisting with small groups of students learning to read. Mike is also a yard supervisor and basketball coach for our students, utilizing his love of sports to actively engage and connect with students to provide confidence-building opportunities and create lifelong memories. Mike is a consistently positive presence and overall role model who always displays a calm, encouraging, supportive demeanor on campus. He epitomizes our Falcon 5 focus of being responsible, respectful, kind, accountable, and making good choices. We are so proud to recognize Mr. Hillstrom as our Foulks Ranch Elementary School education partner. Thank you. And now if you could lead us in the pledge.
Please stand, salute, pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And if you'll please wait there, Ms. Jamerson and the superintendent will greet you.
No. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Riviere. All right. Oh, right here. Go.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you again. The next item is the athletic recognition for spring CIF champions. And I'd like to call Mr. Amiston and assisting Mr. Fersina.
Good evening. President Martinez O'Leary, members of the school board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. Tonight, I am honored to introduce you to our team and individual champions from our 2022 spring sports season. These extraordinary athletes have captured a Sac Joaquin Section Masters Championship. By capturing their championships, they have proven to be the very best in the Sac Joaquin section in the sport they compete. To achieve this level of success, it takes total teamwork and pure individual mental toughness. Each of these athletes has one thing in common: dedication, determination, and perseverance. With that, it is my honor to introduce to you the Sac Joaquin section champions from the Elk Grove Unified School District. I'm going to go a little off script tonight because I normally do the teams and then the individuals, but we only had 3 members from the tennis team here, so I'm going to give the tennis team's accomplishment, and then I'll introduce the individuals and then the coach and the athletes. So the first one up tonight is the Cosumnes Oaks High School Men's Division II Tennis Team Champions. This is just the second men's team tennis championship of all time in the Elk Grove Unified School District. In winning the Division II Sac Joaquin Section Championship, they defeated Rodriguez High School 7-2. Next is the Cosumnes Oaks High School Men's Division I Tennis Doubles Champions. Jonah Rosenthal and Brandon Gong defeated their opponents from Davis High School 6-2, 6-7, 10-6. This is also the first Division I doubles title in Cosumnes Oaks High School's history. Next is the Cosumnes Oaks High School Men's Division I Singles Tennis Champion. Ted Newen defeated Derek Babb from Jesuit High School 6-0, 6-0. This is the first Division I Singles Men's title in Cosumnes Oaks High School history also. So it was an outstanding year for the Cosumnes Oaks High School men's tennis team, winning the team championship in doubles and singles. It is my pleasure to introduce Coach Chris Wall, the head coach of the Cosumnes Oaks High School tennis team. Next, doubles champions, Jonah Rosenthal and Brandon Gong.
Congratulations. Thank you.
And finally, our singles champion, Ted Newen.
Congratulations.
And families, you can move down if you'd like to take a photo of your students. You can move in the closer.
Next, the Cosumnes Oaks High School Men's Sac Joaquin Section Masters Golf Champion. Zach Mate won the championship with a sudden death playoff over Ryan Calgano from Rio Americano. He is only the second Elk Grove Unified School District golfer to ever win a Masters championship. Zach also placed second at the NorCal Championship and ninth at the CIF State Championship, and he was only the second golfer ever to make it to NorCal or the States. Coach Pat Roth could not be here tonight, nor could Zach, unfortunately, but accepting tonight for Zach is his father, Steve Mate. Next, the Sheldon High School softball team. The Sheldon softball team is one of the top programs in Northern California year in and year out. The headline in the Elk Grove Citizen a few weeks ago said it best. Sheldon grabs 9th section banner in Division I with win over Lincoln. For 25-year head coach Mary Jo Truesdale, it was the 9th section title, which marks the most in Division I softball in this section. The 7-2 win over Lincoln was also a landmark for Coach Truesdale, as it was win number 801 in her coaching career. It is my pleasure to introduce the head coach of Sheldon High School softball, Mary Jo Truesdale, who will introduce her coaches and athletes.
Once again, oh, you always do so good.
Thank you. First, I'd like to introduce my longtime assistant coach, John Mendanka, who is also coaching with me on my first section championship team in 2002, John Mendanka. His daughter also played on that team.
Thank you.
And now the team members, Sakura Harvell, Jazzy Fines, Jaylee Marshall, Brianna Romero, Jaylee Ojo, Imani Black, Beja Allen, Alana Torres, and our manager, Sophia Zermeño.
There you go. Sorry.
Thank you again.
Thank
so
you.
much.
I'd also like to introduce the principal of Sheldon High School, Paula Duncan, and the athletic director, Jason Bambuka. Congratulations, girls. All of us at the Elk Grove Unified School District are proud of you. Thank you, board.
The next item on the agenda is resolution, and first up is the Juneteenth resolution. I'd like to call on Ms. Soriano to see if there's any public comments for this item via Zoom. Not sure, you can just.
Good evening, Madam Board President, Dr. Martinez O'Leary. There are no public comments on Zoom for this one.
No blue cards? Okay. Is there any blue cards on this item? Okay, thank you. Please proceed, Ms. Soriano. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Board President Martinez O'Leary, members of the board, and Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos. The Board of Education is asked to approve and adopt Resolution Number 76 proclaiming June 19th, 2022 as a time of celebration. The United States Congress has designated June 19th as Juneteenth Independence Day in recognition of the historical significance of Juneteenth Independence Day to the United States and in order to support the continued nationwide celebration of Juneteenth Independence Day, to provide an opportunity for the people of the United States to learn more about the past, to better understand and reckon with the experiences that have shaped the United States, and to recognize that the observance of the end of slavery is part of the history and heritage of the United States. Elk Grove Unified School District, once approved and adopted, will designate June 19th, 2022, and June 19th of each year thereafter as a local holiday in honor of Juneteenth, until such time as it is designated a state-mandated holiday by the governor and/or state legislature.
At this time, I'd like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 76 proclaiming June 19th, 2022 as a local holiday.
So moved.
Second.
Have a first and a second, and we'll conduct a roll call vote. Ms. Nguyen?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Ms. Albiani?
Aye.
Ms. Chaitis Espinoza?
Aye.
Mr. Forcina?
Aye.
And myself is an aye. It's unanimous.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is student expulsion and voluntary transfer recommendations. I'd like to request for the student expulsion and see Ms. Soriano if there's any public comments related to this item via Zoom.
Madam Board President, Dr. Crystal Martinez O'Leary, there are no public comments related to this item on Zoom.
Are there any blue cards on this item? No, okay, there are none. I'd like to call for a motion to approve the recommendation for student expulsion.
So moved.
First, and do we have a second?
I'll second, Madam Chair.
Second, and conduct a roll call vote. Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Ms. Albiani?
Aye.
Ms. Chaitis Espinoza?
Aye.
Mr. Forcina?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Again, I do not support this. No, because we do not meet in closed session.
Okay, just yes or no, thank you. And myself is an aye. So one no and the rest are aye. The next item is public comment. And at this time, we're calling for public comments for items on the agenda. And I'd like to call on Ms. Soriano for any public comments via Zoom.
Madam Board President Martinez O'Leary, there are no public comments for items on the agenda. There are 2 public comments via Zoom that are for items not on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. And are there blue cards for items on the agenda?
There is none.
So the next item is public comments for items not on the agenda. And I'd like to turn it back over to Ms. Soriano with the 2 Zoom public comments.
Thank you, Madam Board President. The 2 items for public comment are from Ms. Lisa Stanley and from Ms. Heather Morris, and in that order.
Is Ms. Stanley? No. Is she there? No. And then the next Zoom public comment
would be from Ms. Heather Morris.
Ms. Morris there? No. Okay. We'll move on to the blue cards, and if for some reason they come back, if you can let me know. So we will move on to the blue cards for any items not on the agenda at this time. I'll turn it over to Mr. Yang.
Yes, we have 3 blue cards. First off is Rocio Garvin, followed by Susan Swanson.
Good evening. I wanted to congratulate all of you on your high school graduations and bring another very important program to your attention, being preschool, where it all starts. So in Elk Grove Unified, we have 16 school sites. We offer 42 classrooms between Head Start, State, and Title I. This year alone, we served 1,052 students and families. That's a good turnout considering we are post-COVID. Well, pretty much post-COVID, we hope. This upcoming school year, we will be at 19 school sites with 42 classrooms. I put a care package together for all of you, so you will all have a folder to take back. And in there, I have our eligibility requirements that show the income guidelines for our families to qualify for our programs, as well as required documents. All of our families have to submit required documents to be eligible for the program, along with the registration packet. The front of your file will have a cover sheet, and highlighted will be what programs your sites that you're responsible for will be served at your sites. Along with that, I've given you parent copies. Within that packet, we also have resources that we offer our families the first time they come into our program to see at registration, even if we do not serve them. I've given you a cover sheet that also has all the sites that are highlighted where we will have inclusion sites, and some of them will even have PALS program on those sites that we may not be a part of or we may be a part of. Currently, we have 4 program educators and 1 office assistant serving all of these families and doing the best we can to make sure that our families are getting the best service when they first come into Elk Grove Unified School District, because as many of you have just recently experienced, you see them at the very end. So please take the time to review the package that I'll give you. If you have any questions, please reach out to the program educators and office assistants listed on those cover sheets for you, because the work we do is really, really important. And I want all of you to be very aware of how invested we are in our families as early as 3 years old. I'll get those.
Next is Susan Swanson, followed by Asha Kwan.
Before we get started, I'm wondering if maybe the folks that aren't available online, your forward matter says that you typically start comments around 7. So it may just be too early. That may be why they're not online. You might want to modify that if it's changing to, earlier in the time frame. I have a prepared statement. I'll try to keep it at 3 minutes. It may be a few seconds over. Good evening, board members. Tonight, I stand before you with many of the same concerns I've talked about previously. I've also met with many of you at the district office. I appreciate these opportunities. I've seen some improvements, but there is much more work to be done, so please hear me tonight. This past year, too often, this district neglected to honor and celebrate student and site level accomplishments. I reached out to communications who sadly and too often knew little to nothing about some of these happenings. I was also too often informed that these types of things were celebrated only at the campus level. Ms. Soriano, you and I traded a lot of emails, and I also too often disagreed with the direction taken. But the district recently launched a new website with robust homepage features and a comprehensive calendar. This is where all key site accomplishments could and should be listed, but too often they were not, and that calendar, it remains empty. The district needs to stop operating in silo mode. Yes, our district is big, some say too big, but being big gives you a lot to work with. It should not be the reason for limiting audience, but instead increasing reach. So what can be done to improve for the next school year? Here are some of my suggestions. 1, every campus must have a marquee board. For example, there's a marquee at Albiani, but not one at Pleasant Grove High. And sadly, there is no marquee board at our district headquarters. It's shocking to me, actually. So much could be promoted and celebrated easily with marquee boards. 2, district communication should create an easy outreach tool and work directly with each school to learn about their activities and accomplishments, preferably on a weekly basis. Roll that info gain into a monthly electronic newsletter or video. Think EGUSD elementary news, middle school moments, high school happenings, and add these all to social media pages. You have talent to tap it. What a great opportunity for the district office to collaborate with digital media students at the middle and high school level on communication production. Plus another added bonus, you school board trustees would have an increased level of knowledge about each campus's accomplishments and key events on a monthly basis. Lastly, 3, create a monthly day in the life event. District leadership, Mr. Hoffman, the cabinet, and this board, each and every one of you should be at your schools regularly, on campuses, in person, getting to know administrators, educators, coaches, and most importantly, students. For example, as a board member, be a student for a day, attend classes, go to lunch, attend an after-school activity. As a super or assistant super, be a principal, teacher, or student. Listening and learning from all inspires, it teaches, and it creates fluid, moving, two-way communication versus one-way static traffic.
Ms.
This
Swanson,
is how you truly serve your
time's
community.
up. Please finish your time.
In
Finish
close,
your point.
let's get
Thank you.
back to a district that stays on top of achievements at all campuses. You don't have a lot of comments tonight, so I think you can handle a few more seconds. A district that truly embraces, connects, and celebrates students. That starts with far better engagement, with present, participating, and welcoming leadership, and much needed improvements with district-wide communications. Thank you.
That ends our blue card. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Asha Kwan. Excuse me if I mispronounced your first name.
Hi, my name's Aisha Khan.
Aisha, okay, thank you.
It's okay. I don't have a statement ready here for you guys, but it's my first time, and I wish I was here for the lunch issues or accomplishment issues or second language issues that the district put so many efforts in, but I'm not here for that. I am here for the safety on the school issues. I have one child who goes to Pleasant Grove Elementary and another one for Joseph Kerr. And the shooting that happened in Texas have had a huge impact on my mental health and my kids. I have spoken to the principal at both schools, and it turns out that it's not much that they can do. And so they told me I had to come and see you guys. I've done my part. I've written a letter to the legislature or to his administration. I don't think there's enough. When I spoke to the principals, they said there's drills and there's one police officer assigned currently, which is at Pleasant Grove High School. I just don't think that's fair to me or my kids. I live in a rural Elk Grove property, almost touching over $2 million, and property taxes are maxed on that. And for me to feel this way and fear that my child could be next is just so unfair. I would like to suggest, I'm not sure what you are able to do or what you're using your position, but I would like to see an armed officer outside of at least the elementary child, because I feel like those kids are like little chicks and anybody could just walk in. I don't believe people go do a confrontation with high school kids or whatnot, but elementary kids are just there. And to add, guns, crazy people have guns and illegal people have guns. But I'm here to tell you that if you could just put one gun on campus, whether through administration or teacher, whoever's licensed, would be good enough. You know, I wouldn't panic every day, every morning sending my kids. I stopped my kids from summer school, and it's totally affecting our household and their education. I don't think it's fair, you know, knowing where we live and how much we put back into the government. I feel like we should get more support. Just one law armed officer, or somehow, if you could work with me to put one gun on campus. I've done my part. I've written a letter to the legislature's office. I'm not sure how you can reach that, but I at least wanted to start the conversation because their parents out there are nervous. We're nervous. I read a statement of a lady whose child got killed.
Ms. Kwan, your time's up. Please finish your point. Thank you.
Well, she only had one daughter. I have two kids. Both of my kids have had liver transplant, and they're both on the autism spectrum. I don't think I could bear anything else, any other news. So I need your help. I need you to start talking. I need you to do something about school safety. I would much rather have the kids learn the language or get recognized or lunch issues. I just want my child safe and coming back home to me. Thank you.
That ends our blue card.
I'd like to go back to Ms. Soriano for the Zoom comments for items not on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Board President. There is one, Ms. Stanley is now available.
Hi, my name is Lisa Stanley. I'm an advocate with Black Youth Leadership Project. We are ending another school year where absolutely nothing has been done to rectify the damage done to our Black students. Our Black students are hyper-focused on and never given the benefit of the doubt. They are often given discipline that far exceed the alleged behavior. Just last week, we got a new complaint, just last week at an elementary school. An elementary school in your district, a 6th grader was made to clean up after other students as punishment for splashing water on himself in 100+ degree weather. Why? How can vandalism and property damage be added to this little boy's record? Like, this is absolutely insane. And this would never fly for a white student. It's ridiculous. So now we have to go and mend this little boy's life. We have so many complaints out of your district since the beginning of the school year. We have begged, we have pleaded with Elk Grove to partner with us to help rectify the lives of the Black students being targeted, being harassed, being discriminated against on your campuses. Elementary school, seriously, all across your district, this is a problem. And yet here, nothing's been done again. We are sick and tired of it. We're not going away. We're going to keep getting louder. We want something done now. Our babies should not be subjected to this type of ignorance and bias on your campuses where they go to learn in a safe environment. We're disgusted. We're completely disgusted. Thank you.
That's only Zoom public comment, correct?
I believe that is the only other Zoom comment, yes.
Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda is consent action agenda items. I'd like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 40. I see Mr. Perez has his hand up.
I'd like to pull item 39 of the consent item.
Okay. 39. So I'd like to call for a motion to approve the other items with the exception of item 39.
I'd like to move approval of the consent agenda items 1 through 38 and 40.
And do we have a second?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Okay. Conduct a roll call vote. Ms. Nguyen? Aye. Mr. Yang? Aye. Ms. Albiani? Aye. Ms. Tritis Espinoza?
Aye.
Mr. Forcina,
Aye.
Mr. Perez,
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson,
Aye.
myself is an aye. And we'll go back to item number 39. Mr. Perez.
Item 39, improve your tomorrow program contract renewal. I support this program 100%, but I do not support the way the contract is written because it does not give us accountability to almost $1 million contract. And number one factor I have, the startup costs. They want startup costs, almost a $500,000 startup cost. I never seen a startup cost no more than 30 to 40% in state contracting with community nonprofits. This is 50% of the contract. So I'm not sure where we got the number or who was responsible for this contract, but that's ridiculous. Number two is the evaluation component and assessment. That needs to be strengthened up to get some outcomes of what this organization is going to do, how many individual students it's going to meet according to this contract. So somebody within our district needs to sit down again, and I propose our board speak to somebody in our staff to and do this ASAP because they want to start July 1st. So they have within less than 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, to do some revisions of this contract. But like I said, it is poorly written contract on our behalf of trying to get positive outcomes of our students in our variety of our schools. Thank you.
Mr. Murray will be coming up.
So to address that, this is actually an amendment to the contract. If you look at the dates of the contract, it's a 3-year contract. So it started in 2001 and ends in 2021 and ends in 2024. So we're about to enter the second year of it. The amendment is for approximately $160,000 for increased costs of the program because of COVID and the hourly rate of employees. The amount that was originally agreed to when we approved the contract last year has increased. So this is an amendment to that contract. In addition to that, on your other points, Mr. Perez, so you know we meet monthly with IYT. We go over data. We talk about program improvements, program implementation at all 9 of the school sites, and then they are part of an annual review of the data every year. So it's an ongoing process that we both meet with IYT, discuss improvements to the program and where it's working, where it's not working, how can it support them. And then in addition, we do have an annual research component that's done from our research department, RED. And then finally, again, it's just an addendum of approximately $160,000 because of the increased cost spread over a 3-year period.
Okay, that's exactly the point I want to bring up. If this is amendment, this was a contractor that started last year, you said, correct? So why do you consider it a startup monies when you're giving almost $500,000 startup when they already started last year? That doesn't make sense to me. Or, it shouldn't make,
I don't have the contract.
Can I interject?
That's on page 2.
Tony?
Yes.
Tony, the language doesn't say startup costs. Yeah. It says startup payment. There's 2 payments. One payment and a second payment. It's not startup. It's not startup costs.
Okay. Well, okay. My interpretation, startup payment is almost the same thing as startup cost.
No, that's how often the payment's happening.
Okay.
That's not startup.
But why would you pay a contractor $500,000 of a $1 million contract and you're paying them a startup payment in one payment when they have not even began their services?
So it's to continue the service. So They want to be fully staffed up and running in August. So we give them 50% of the contract so that for the first part of the year, their people are in place, their program's up and running, and then they bill us later for the remainder of the contract as the school year progresses. But we give them 50% up front to start the school year fully staffed and to move forward.
Well, okay, what you mentioned to me, you said it starts up in August. This contract says it's starting page 2 on July 1st, 2022, and the remainder balance of $434 paid as invoice equal to monthly invoices increments from August through June, payable 30 days from
That's the school year.
30 days from the time of invoice to improve your tomorrow.
Right.
In other words, what we're doing, we're giving half the contract cost right now within today and July 1st.
Mr.
Right? And then
yes, we are.
We're paying increments of the remainder. I have never seen any county, state, city do that written in this format, because what if they go
IYT's been with us for many years, and this is the same structure we've used for them every time we've had the contract.
And this is
this particular one contractor?
This is IYT.
We do this to everybody.
With IYT.
Yeah, this is
For
IYT.
startup? So, I mean, what do you say? Initial startup payment?
Mr. Perez,
Okay.
hold on a second. So
I know,
if
yeah,
you
I know.
remember the history of this program, they started at Valley High School, one school.
Right. I'm very familiar. I support it 100%.
Again, I didn't interrupt you one time. Okay. Now we're running it at 3 of our high schools.
Correct.
3 of our middle schools, and we've moved into our continuation sites as well. The board, we used to do this on an annual basis that we would actually secure the funding for these folks. The board made this an ongoing general fund expenditure 3 or 4 years ago, because we didn't want them having to rely on a decision made in March or April every year, and their people had to wait and know whether they were going to have a job July 1, waiting for the board to make a decision on a one-time basis every year. So one year we made it a 2-year commitment, and then we were able to, through the board priority process, make it an ongoing, built into the budget. We are making an amendment to it this year. That's why we had to bring it back to the board. But this is an ongoing organization. If the organization folded tomorrow, any organization didn't fulfill their contract, we go back after them and get money for services not rendered. But the way this process is set up allows them to keep their highly qualified people in place so that when we hit the beginning of the school year, it's up and running and going, and no one's scrambling because they didn't know whether they were going to have a position July 1 or not. So I understand the questions about it, and I'd be happy to walk through any of this with you. But this is a proven program that does great work, that's moved from 1 school to 9 schools, and they're actually beyond us now. They're working in multiple districts across the area because of what they started.
I'm very familiar with the contractor.
So I understand your questions, but you're not quite understanding what was presented today.
Yeah, well, I'm concerned about, like I said, startup monies or initial payments to start a program does not usually, I have never seen no government agency give a contractor, community nonprofit, 50% of the contract for startup or whatever you mentioned here.
Startup.
Start payment. It's another word. It's basically the same thing. And again, you do not identify this as an amendment. No, on page 1, page 2, page 3, I have never seen the language of amendment on this particular contract. So, we need to get our act together where we do contracts with community-based organizations, make sure you have the contract language and outcomes. You specify outcomes in terms of the contract. We need to get our staff trained and how to write contracts. Thank you.
Appreciate the comments. Again, just going back, as Mr. Murray had reinstated, this is something that has been ongoing regular Superintendent Hoffman, and will encourage to continue with the meeting of Superintendent Hoffman to ask specific questions. At this time, I'd like to ask for a motion to call for a motion to approve item 39.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
Second, I have a first and second. Conduct a roll call vote. Ms. Nguyen?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Yes, again, I would like to have, what do you call it?
Yes,
Outcomes
no. Is
and
that aye or no,
indicators
please?
sent to me. I'm voting yes, but like, yeah, I'm voting yes, but
Great.
I like to see these indicators.
Yang.
Excuse me, I'm talking.
Mr. Yang, it's just a vote at this
Okay.
time.
Aye.
Ms. Albiani?
Vote yes.
Aye.
Ms. Tritis Espinoza?
Aye.
Mr. Forcina?
Aye.
And myself is an aye. It's unanimous. Thank you. The next item is bargaining units. Are there any bargaining units wishing to address the board? Seeing none, we will move up to our report. Our student report will be from Ms. Jamie Nguyen.
Good evening, President Martinez-Alire, members of the school board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. Tonight, I have stepped away from the dais to give the first of what will hopefully be many annual student board member reports, as well as an update on the Student Advisory Committee. And so starting off, I want to give an overview of what the intention of this presentation is. And so this is meant to be an update, not just to the school board, but to the public on what my activities throughout the last year have been. And so this includes my normal duties on the board, voting, as well as the work I've done to establish the Student Advisory Committee, and also the insight and also what the kind of results of the student forums at each of the comprehensive high schools have been. And I've also gathered some key feedback and some key areas of focus that I think would be beneficial for the board to focus on in the next year, as well as my vision for what the student board member role can become in this coming school year. And so starting off my responsibilities and duties, besides the normal activities involved with attending these board meetings and casting my preferential votes, the student board member also leads the Student Advisory Committee, which was founded this year, conducts student forums at each of the comprehensive high schools, and keeps track of all of this progress throughout the year in order to condense all of that into what has gone well as what can be improved on or what can be looked upon at more in the coming year. And before I get into more of the meat of this, I would really like to thank all of the key groups that I've worked with, including my fellow board members, district staff, departments like the Equity and Research and Evaluation Department, as well as student board members from other districts, both within and outside of California, that have provided me a lot of perspective into how different school districts conduct their business. And so starting with the Student Advisory Committee, which I've mentioned a few times now, this is something that I drew inspiration from other districts. And though the structure of it is a little different in each school district, in our district, I found that it would best be composed of the members. Basically, the membership is the final candidate from each school during the student board member selection process. This way, it ensures that every school has a representative, and I think that it creates a great sort of liaison relationship for the student board member and other schools within the district, because not only is there one person representing each high school, but it provides them a chance to tell the student board member about the unique circumstances at their schools. And it provides us a way to not only talk about the successes, but also what is going on. And I think that for me as a student who only really knew what it was like at one school, it kind of gave me a glimpse into what's going on everywhere else. And that really helped me create a foundation for what I need to be focusing on a district level. And one of the things that the Student Advisory Committee worked on the most this year was working together to plan out these student forums. And so my liaison at each school was a great way for me to connect with other student leaders at each school and to ensure that a diverse group of students would be present at the student forums that I was hosting. They were pretty integral to planning out the event and making sure it went off smoothly. And besides that, they also helped me coordinate the end of the year celebration, and they're now helping with the transition for next year with our new group of SAC members and our new student board member. The student forums is what I would consider my big project of the year. And it was, again, the thing that the Student Advisory Committee and I worked the most on. And so I really saw that some other school districts were doing things like this, and especially in smaller school districts where they could do a district-wide town hall. I would have loved to do something like that, but given the size of our district, I felt that it would have been easier to host one at each comprehensive high school, just because those students already have a commonality within their school site. And this was meant to be kind of an open space for students to share their own concerns about anything and everything related to both their local school site as well as issues on the district level. And I plan to use this to develop my platform and my agenda for what I wanted to get done in the coming school year. And in the end, it did end up being that beneficial, as I'll get into soon. And so the structure of these was that I had originally planned to do all of these student forums in person. However, at the time of conducting the forums during the Omicron surge wave, that wasn't quite possible. So I did hold the first 8 virtually over Zoom. But by the time I got to my last student forum, which happened to be Franklin High School, that I was able to hold in person. And I think in person is the ideal format, just to be able to have that face-to-face conversation with students. Every student at each high school was openly invited to attend, and I tried to publicize the event by working with school site admin, the activity director, and also ASB and my student representative to get the word out through email, announcements, and anything that would really encourage students to come. And going into each student forum, I came up with my own list of topics, which included things like COVID, staff relations, but I also made it clear to students that at any point they could pivot the conversation to whatever they felt was important. And so different schools have different concerns, and I think giving students the freedom and not having a sense of super strict structure really allowed for an open conversation. We did have one staff member present at each student forum just to keep things secure, make sure nothing bad happened, but I did try and kind of make it clear to students that this is a safe space and what is said here is being used for myself, and it's not something that I'm bringing back to school site admin immediately, because I think it's important that students feel they really do have an ally who's helping them and not just trying to get them in trouble. And again, the members of the Student Advisory Committee were used to help me understand who was important to talk to, because while I was hoping to get every student involved, I knew that at each school, schools like Elk Grove, where FFA was a big program, it would be important to get representation from those groups. And so in the end, I think that the student forums had a lot of successes. I think even though turnout was not as high as I would have hoped, I did get very candid feedback, and I actually got a lot of interesting information that I would have never known was a concern to students. And it also helped me develop some relationships with students, not just who are about to graduate, but also underclassmen that are going to continue to be great resources in the future. And I think starting to hear from every student within the district is a big part of building the platform of what we need to focus on at this level instead of just at the school site level. Some areas of growth for the next year that I'd like to work on with the next student board member is definitely going to be to increase the publicity of the event, just so that not only are we getting a diverse group of students, but we're getting a larger sample size to really get impact or feedback from. And I already said that I thought in-person student forums would be the ideal format, but I think the true ideal format would be to have it during the school day. My original plan was to actually hold it during lunchtime, since I think that is when all students are present, and that is the best way to get students to come in and out at their own convenience and to just hear from them. And I'd also like to set up meetings with school site admin afterwards, that in the future, these student forums can go through the district and they can go through the school board, but also key feedback can be brought to school site admin within a reasonable time to try and figure out the severity of these issues or to try and let students know what is being done. The key findings for the student forums, I'll start off with, these are things that were brought up to me at every school site. And so one of the major things was bathrooms, which is kind of an age-old concern, but specifically with students this year, there have been a lot of issues with closures that affect being able to go to the bathroom during the day, because if there's only 2 bathrooms, students have no access to half of them when one is closed. Also, at certain school sites, there were issues accessing feminine hygiene products, and those issues varied from not having the machines available to not having the machines stocked. And that was something that I worked on in the future with district staff to try and address and figure out what was going on. And also another big concern was a desire for urinal dividers for the sake of student privacy and student comfort in the bathrooms. And that's another topic of further discussion that I think should be focused on in the next school year. Another concern was staff behavior, which kind of goes into staff relations. Staff relations was something I came in already wanting to hear about, and students definitely had a lot to say. At each school site, the concerns of staff relations are a little bit different, but I think every school definitely has their concerns still, whether it's teachers requiring more inclusivity training or students asking for some form of system that allows them to provide feedback to teachers as well as school site admin, and just giving them some medium that allows them to give criticism or feedback without facing retaliation from their teachers. Safety is also a big concern, and we've seen this time and time again, but from students specifically, I think that there is a big and growing push for more timely as well as detailed communication after events. And students are also requesting that we have more thorough procedure training. Some more key findings that were not necessarily at every school site, but were still very prominent issues in my own opinion, are things with the anonymous reporting system. This is something that the student equity councils have been working on a lot, but these systems are in place at every school site, but some schools are having issues with students not taking them seriously and using them as a joke, whereas other schools feel that there's no transparency in what is happening when students file reports. And if students cannot feel comfortable putting in something through this system, then its purpose is lacking. Other issues are with student culture and trying to build more bonds between students, trying to build inclusive environments where students don't have to feel unsafe about being who they are and where students don't have to fear judgment from their peers. And that's another focus where we should look into having more community building events for students. And then site admin relations does blend a little bit with staff relations, which we had already talked about, but site admin specifically is an issue where I think a lot of students feel this strong disconnect from their principals and vice principals, because those figures are not the ones that you see every day, like your teachers. And a lot of students suggested having site admin hold things like meet and greets or hosting more student engagement events, just so that students can feel more comfortable with the individuals who are supposed to be leading their school sites. And my final topic for tonight's presentation is going to be my recommendations for the next school year. And first, I wanted to talk about some things that I envision the student board member role becoming. And so with the student advisory committee, this year we only met 2 times, and it was pretty difficult to schedule at a time just because the committee in itself was so new. But I think ideally in the future, meeting quarterly would allow for the student advisory committee members to gain some insight into how their peers are feeling and being able to disseminate that to the student board member while giving them time to try and make changes or to try and do something with that feedback. Some other things would be expanding outreach to middle schools and working further with some of the important departments that I already worked with this year. And I also think that engaging in school site visits, especially as the COVID-19 pandemic continues to calm itself, is also something that's going to be important to understanding each school's unique culture and unique student body. At the district level, I think that it's very important that the student board member becomes comfortable with working with district staff as well as board members. I know that for me, working with board members has been very beneficial to me this year because it's provided me a much different perspective than everyone else that I've worked with. And I think that the more perspective and the more support systems the student board member is able to have, the more successful and the more comfortable they can be doing this work. Receiving further training from cabinet staff on some of the fundamental topics within the school district, like the LCAP and like different sources of funding or curriculum, is also going to be really important in figuring out how best to continue with planned goals or how best to continue addressing problems. And also something that I've noticed in other school districts that I think would be beneficial for us is officially recognizing the Student Advisory Committee as a district advisory committee, because while we do already have the Superintendent Student Advisory Committee, I think that the SAC holds kind of its own unique spot just because it is led by the student board member, and that provides it its own kind of unique place in the district and its own unique ability to create change. And I'd also really like to continue focusing on the alternative school sites as well as the elementary and middle school sites. And with all this feedback gained from this past year, I think if I had all the time in the world, I would have done a lot more to address it, but my time is a little bit constrained. And so I think with this following year and with Oliver coming in, I'm really excited to see how we can take all this feedback from students and begin to actually implement that into what we do next as a district. And at this point, I would like to take any feedback or questions.
We'll start with Ms. Albiani. Any comments or questions?
Well, I want to thank you for serving on our board. You were an exemplary first board member, and we couldn't be more proud. I think you pushed us a little, and I appreciate that. And we're changing, and I appreciate the insight you gave me as a student, and I appreciate you listening and the good conversations we had, and I wish you all the best in your next year, and I hope we don't lose touch.
Ms. Chavez Espinoza.
This isn't goodbye, so don't make us cry yet. Excellent report. Thank you so much. The information that you've provided is exactly, I think, what we wanted a student board member to provide, right? Not just express the needs of the students, but also what are kind of gaps in the information where I think we unwittingly leave the students out of the loop on things. And that's exactly why having a student here is so important to help us, catch those things. So thank you so much. I will say that, I also appreciate the way you have approached this with full awareness that it's the first year that we've done this, and it's kind of a learning process for everybody. And in that vein, I think we've been very lucky to have you and your particular set of skills and talents as we are doing this for the very first time. So thank you so much for the way that you've done your work.
Mr. Forcina.
I like the way you turn, Jamie. First of all, thanks for the report that you put together for us, because certainly I've been anxious to hear your report and hear your thoughts. I mean, as you've been out there and talking to students and looking at schools, is there anything that surprised you that from the perspective of what you had intended to accomplish and what perhaps realities were as you got out there?
I think that for me, I definitely came into this wanting to make big change, as many people do, but I think what's difficult is just understanding how much more there is to the school board than what I realized and how large of a learning curve there was. So inevitably, I did not get as much done as I wanted to, but I think I did come away with a greater understanding of how this system works. And I think that by learning this and by doing this for the first time ever in our district, I've come away with a lot that I can pass on to future student board members so that there is less of a transition time and that people can start doing the things that they want to get done more quickly.
You listed just a couple of the things that you heard from students as you went to the different school sites. And was there any one thing that stood out in terms of student thoughts with respect to how something could be improved? I don't want to give examples.
I think the biggest thing for students is, again, just with that staff relations bit. A lot of students were very forward with me about some of the negative experiences that they've had with staff at their school. And they were very upfront about the fact that it feels almost impossible to get site admin involved or to get any real disciplinary action taken. And a lot of students, I think, are feeling very hopeless by the fact that, you can know a teacher did something bad, and it seems like teachers have this bad reputation at a school, yet nothing is really getting done. And so for students, they are really just looking for some way that they can let their thoughts be known and they can report these experiences without having that retaliation from the teachers who are grading them and who may continue to see them for the years that they have left in high school or any school.
Yeah, and I guess what the students were referring to is the fact that the current complaint process requires you to put your name on it, as opposed to something that's anonymous that allows you to be able to be honest, but at the same point, not identifying yourself.
Yeah, I do think that having to put your name on a complaint, as well as not really knowing what the system of procedure is for after you file a complaint about a teacher is, all of that is a big reason that students don't want to speak out, because even if they do report it to a site admin, they're worried that the site admin will just go to the teacher and say, this student said this about you. And all of that is kind of a big deterrent to trying to be upfront.
And one of the things that you did, which I would like to certainly recognize, because of the value it had, was that as a student board representative, you certainly were very forthright in attending all board meetings. But you did something that all board members should do, and that's that you were visible. You went to reading events, you went to scholarship events, you went to various activities in which students were being recognized for achievement, and I really appreciated it. We talked. I appreciated seeing you there, because in as much as our presence says that we recognize and support, so does the student board representative. By attending, it says you care. They're just not empty words. So I really did appreciate that. As the new board representative moves forward next year, yeah. Do you have one particular bit of advice you would give him?
I actually have a complete how-to manual that I've been working on, but I think my first piece of advice would be to just find someone on the board that can be your mentor or that can be your guide for the year.
Thank you, Jamie. Good luck. You're going to do what?
Mr. Perez?
Remarkable. You are born leader, natural leader, and your style, you do it with, what's the word? Dignity, finesse, and it's easy to listen to you and hear your message. And we as a board are very lucky to have you on this. And although I didn't speak to very much, but I knew you had similar feelings of you were representing students to 99.9%, and you were into this. You did, you're remarkable, and like you did a lot. You don't realize how much you did, and sitting in that seat and walking through the campuses throughout our district and in our community, throughout Sacramento or wherever you went, representing us. And I am very proud of you. I know you're going to go far, but yet I want you to come back and sit up here as a board member. You have it. At your age, it's remarkable. And I wish you a lot of success. I know you're going to be success. You're just going to have, like us, you have to do the time and energy, good time it's called, and make a little good trouble here and there. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. And when you put on this report is very important. All these issues that these students, we as a board need to follow. You know, I hear that today. My son would not, when he was in high school many years ago, he wouldn't go to the bathroom. He would wait and wait and wait, and then he'd come home and go bathroom. I said, what's going on there? You know, well, you wouldn't understand that. I said, you tell me. You know, I need to fix that because are you the only one? No, there's a lot of things going on in the bathroom that you don't want to talk about it or listen to what's going on. It's not only a privacy issue, there's a variety of issues that people don't know or they don't want to talk about it to this day. But I know for a fact that what's happening in the bathrooms. I hear it from the school leadership or the persons that walk around campus, this and that. Yeah, they tell us a lot. We get a lot of information from them, believe it or not, more so than some administrators. And again, I want to congratulate you, and don't lose contact with us. You know, again, you have a good book there, what to do and not to do. Please pass it on. Please put it on print. So, you know. You didn't mention student rights. Was that discussed and that's going to be an issue that we're working on right now. But to me, you know, the rights of students today, as it was when I was a student, is very important because a lot of times student rights, they don't know the rights, what to say or not to say if they get in trouble or this or that. So what's your issue on that? Was that discussed very much in these meetings?
I think that student rights are a very big and important issue. However, I did not discuss it this year at my student forums. And I think in part that was because we already have an ongoing project right now with the Student Bill of Rights that I think once that is passed and formulated, that can be a really good topic of discussion for next year so that we can figure out how we let students know about their rights.
And how evaluate it to give input and et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Now, you mentioned, you know, we had a visitor here. What about guns on campuses or students? What do you know about weapons on campus? Have you seen when you were a freshman and now as a senior, have you seen or have you heard or gangs, you know, or in campus? I haven't seen that discussed or what's going on there.
I can't speak directly on my own experiences, but speaking about what I've heard at the student forums, a lot of students are concerned that when it comes to safety incidents in general, whether it's a lockdown because of whatever reason, students just aren't super familiar with what the procedure is, depending on where they're at. And they just want a more thorough training on that so that they know exactly what to do wherever they're at. And students also want more communication from the school district after events like that. And I know a lot of students would really love more follow-up information on what is being done to address the issues so that they know when things are all clear and so that they can have that peace of mind.
Well, that's one of our responsibility, the health and safety of students on campus, but also school climate. If the school climate is bad and students can't concentrate on their work versus, or even going to the bathroom, that's very serious. And then we need to deal with that issue. I see. What about students working part-time or after school? Do they have concerns about that? Have the summer employment programs, anything like that?
I did not hear anything based on that, but it could always be something added to next year's topics of discussion.
Well, okay. Well, and I mentioned about bathrooms, kind of drugs on campus or things like that. Have you seen maybe students dealing drugs just as a way of income, or they deal drugs because of what? What's the word on the campus nowadays?
I have not heard anything about that in my student forums, and I personally do not have any experience with that either.
Okay.
Can you please finish your comments and questions?
Again, I'm going to say we're very fortunate to have you and meet you and bring you sit next to us. And you made history. Who knows? We might name a school after you. Congratulations. Okay, thanks.
Ms. Jamerson.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Jamie. And thank you for the work that you put into this role. You created something from nothing. You had to take the initiative and really make this position what you thought it could be. And I think that having you seated on the dais really helps us to continue to center students in all that we do. It's a constant visual reminder that everything that we're doing as a board is about the students and their well-being. And so I appreciate being able to have you here to keep that in mind. And I also appreciate the work that you did in terms of going out and collecting the input from the students and doing that through COVID and, making sure that that wasn't an obstacle, that you still found a way to do that. And I'm excited for the knowledge that you're able to pass on to our next board member and kind of giving him a blueprint to start from, which again, you didn't really have that blueprint. So I appreciate the work that you put in to creating this position. And again, like we've all said, you've done an amazing job and we wish you the best. Thank you.
Mr. Yang.
Thank you, Jamie. And I definitely, with my board members, they have said a lot of great things about your service. And I too like to thank you for your service. You are very mature, very professional, very active, and you are very inclusive as far as I could see. Your action and your presentation, and I really like that. I would recommend, if you haven't done it, I would like to see a website or some sort of social media that have you and the future student board members and on there, along with any concerns that the students in our district may have on there and the accomplishment, so that you guys are very transparent and very reachable. I think that would be very nice. If you already thought about that, that would be great. If you haven't, I would strongly suggest that. And I would like you to speak a little bit about bullying and leadership, just to share with us.
Could you elaborate further on what you'd like me to talk about?
Well, I think that you represent the 64,000 students in our school district. I just like you to elaborate a little bit about what you think of, bullying. What can you and we do to prevent that? in any way or form. And I just want you to talk about leadership. What can the student do or we do to provide more leadership characteristics among our students? Because I truly believe that if a student has a leadership characteristics and behavior like yourself, I think that they're nowhere to be found, try to find trouble or cause trouble, but good and try to resolve and help other people. And you, I see nothing but leadership. And instead of bullying people, you comfort people. I just want you to talk about that a little bit.
I think that bullying is a very complex issue and it requires a lot of very comprehensive solutions. But I think one of the first steps is just creating a sense of understanding between students, since I personally feel that a lot of bullying comes from a place of ignorance. And it was something that was brought up in my student forums, but hosting more events at the school site or even in the classroom level to just foster a deeper sense of understanding and inclusivity and to create that safe space and that safe environment for students to be themselves is what's going to help students feel less isolated or ostracized by their peers. And I think that's a great first step, whereas other situations are definitely going to have to be handled on a case-by-case basis. And for student leadership, I think as a district, we are working on that. We have a lot of programs that offer students ways to get more involved at the school site level, at the school districts level. But for me as a student board member, I do have a student board member social media account where I post sporadic updates and board meeting recaps. And it's also a place that I use to try and get students into different leadership positions. And so one of the great things about being in this role is that when other departments reach out to me and say, you know, we have an advisory committee opening up, or we have this opportunity, I can reach out directly to the students who are already connected with me through my social media, and I can try and connect them with that. And I have done a little bit of that during this year, and I think it's a great way to just find students and get them involved instead of asking a vice principal to go look for someone.
Thank you for elaborating that. I just want to end saying thank you very much. I am very honored to have you along our board members. As you learn from us, we learn from you as well. I just wish you nothing but great luck and always continue to have mentorship. As you said earlier, continue to do that and be humble, and truly the sky is the limit. Thank you for your service.
So I will be next. I'm in line with a lot of what my colleagues have mentioned already. Hopefully you weren't put on the spot too much by some of the comments or questions, because I know maybe in your surveys as students, some of the topics came up or certain themes, and where there's still going to be continued work ongoing for the next student representative coming in. Again, you impress me with your articulation of items and how you articulate things and summarize and ask those pertinent questions. Very important. I think for myself, being a former student once, just looking back on trying to capture the student voice who might be the quiet one or the silent one. And I feel you bring that comfort level to some of our students by going out to the school sites, as you mentioned. Of course, because of the certain times we're in, we weren't always able to capture that. So look forward to ways where we can continue to gain that student voice and input, and especially where students feel comfortable remaining anonymous, but sharing if a school climate's an issue or if there's a number of other things at the school site that they feel comfortable enough to bring it to our board rep or even bringing it to our superintendent or others that need to be involved. I appreciate all the work you've done this year. Very impressive job considering your first board rep. So you have laid a very strong foundation that hopefully will continue to grow and flourish with our next board rep. So I know you will do a lot of great things and appreciate your perspective you brought to the board. So thank you so much for your presentation tonight. Thank you. And yeah.
Jamie, we'll talk later. Thank you very much.
The next item is a public hearing action item. And so I'd like to call for item 1, public hearing of the Elk Grove Unified School District Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP, and like to call on Mr. Cerruti.
Good evening and thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos. I have the, I'm not sure if it's a pleasure or not to follow Ms. Nguyen, but nonetheless, I'll do the best I can. But I do appreciate the opportunity to present to the board and a request to the board in the second to last step in the LCAP approval process, and that being the request to open a public hearing. And before doing that, I'd just like to take just a moment for the board and the community to remind our folks some of the steps along the way. The needs analysis process is crucial. And this, if the board recalls, back in late January, early February, the needs analysis process basically takes place from the beginning of the school year in early September, all the way up through to winter break. That comes in the form of our LCAP survey and a variety of other opportunities we have to provide input. And these are the themes that emerged this past year. Some are consistent with past years and some are new. The process that we use just to make sure that we're meeting the requirement is there needs to be a district advisory committee and the district English Learner Advisory Committee involved in the process. And we meet that and actually exceed all requirements to engage our educational partners. We have the involvement of our labor groups and many, many opportunities, superintendent advisory committees. And what's extremely important to note is that we replicate the LCAP process at each of our sites. Our site plans are actually referred to as site LCAPs, and the site processes inform us at the district level as it should. Just to point out that the survey that we provided that not only allows for structured responses, meaning they can check various boxes to provide us feedback, there's also open-ended opportunities to provide any comments they would like. And this past year, we had 43,256 individuals provide us feedback. This is just noting the minimum proportionality percentage, the MPP. There's a formula that we use. Mr. Pierce and, of course, Ms. Hayes this is in their neck of the woods. Our percentage this past year was 10.36%, and there's a minimum amount then that we are required to allocate as supplemental concentration, and we exceed that minimum amount. And our current amount in this year's LCAP, as it notes, is just over $74.5 million. And as I mentioned, this is the public hearing portion. And then at the meeting in 2 weeks, we will respectfully request the board approve the district's local control accountability plan. And with that, I respectfully request that the board open a public hearing.
At this time, I'd like to open the public hearing. I'd like to call on Ms. Soriano to see if there's any public comments via Zoom for this item.
Madam Board President Martinez-O'Leary, there are no public comments on Zoom related to this item.
Are there any blue cards at this time for the item related?
There's no blue cards.
I'd like to close the public hearing and announce that this item will be brought back for adoption at our regular board meeting on June 28, 2022.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I believe Mr. Mark Levine is up for the item number 2, which is the Elk Grove Charter's Local Control Accountability Plan.
We don't usually have him up until it's dark, so I'm gonna make him wait.
I'm feeling like this is, no. Good evening, how's everybody doing tonight? So I'm Principal Mark Levine, the principal of Elk Grove Charter School, and I'm here tonight to request the board to open a public hearing for the LCAP for the Elk Grove Charter School. We follow the same process as the district, but just at a smaller scale at the school site. As well, as Mr. Cerruti said, I'll be back in 2 weeks as well to request an approval of Elk Grove Charter's LCAP as well.
So at this time, I'd like to open the public hearing and call Ms. Soriano to see if there's any public comments via Zoom.
Madam Board President, Dr. Martinez O'Leary, there are no public comments related to this item.
Are there any blue cards for this item?
There's no blue card on this item.
I'd like to close the public hearing and announce that this item will be brought back for the adoption at the regular board meeting on June 28th, 2022.
Thank you, Madam President and the board.
Thank you. I'd like to take a 5-minute comfort break before we go to the next item, which is item number 3. So our next item is item number 3, 2022-2023 adopted budget hearing, public hearing. And I'd like to call on Ms. Hayes, who will be joining us via Zoom, and Mr. Pierce will be helping with the slides.
Thank you very much, members of the board. I'm unfortunately having connection issues, so I'm not going to have my screen on. And thank you, Mr. Pierce, for helping me out. And you know, this is one of my most favorite ones. This one and the unaudited actuals are two of my most favorite presentations, and I am so bummed I can't be there in person with you today. I will say before I start, Mr. Pierce and I think he put it a very good way. I think he said it's been a heck of a ride. This budget process has been challenging to say the least, and it's definitely not over, and we are seeing lots of change and lots of good things happen in the state's budget. So with that, what I'm bringing to you tonight is the adopted budget. It is the public hearing that goes along with the local accountability plans. And both of those, both for the district and for Elk Grove Charter. Elk Grove Charter is part of our district's overall budget, so that's why there's not a separate budget presentation for them. We're going to look at the components of the May revision. We're going to also talk a bit about the reserve cap and what that means for Elk Grove. We're going to look at the local control funding formula, changes that we had made to the fund balance for 22-23, and then the Education Protection Act. And then we'll look at the 22-23 unrestricted general fund multi-year projections. There's a number of items that we want to bring to your attention as we go forward through this budgeting process. And then look at the 22-23 restricted general fund and the other funds that are part of the overall district budget. So the components of the May revision, the original revision proposed a 5.33% COLA. The May revision increased that up to 6.56. This 6.56 statutory COLA will also be applied to certain categorical programs, as well as special education through the AB 602 funding model. There are significant variants between what happened in January and what the governor proposed, and ultimately what he proposed in May. And as you can see, comparing the governor's budget in January to the May revision, you see funding increases for the LCFF. There's also increases to the Prop 98 minimum guarantee. It does impact fiscal year 2021, 21-22, and 22-23. The statutory COLA, as I mentioned, went from 5.33% to 6.56%. There was also a proposal of one-time discretionary funds to the tune of $8 billion statewide. Next slide, please, Rob. The minimum guarantee for 22-23 is expected to decrease by 1.3 billion, but is being offset by anticipated local property tax, with that projected increase of being 1.5 billion. At the May revise, the 22-23 Prop 98 minimum guarantee is expected to grow by 135 million. Next slide. So the May revision and its effects on our local agency, we don't typically, at least not in recent years, see a vast difference between what the governor submits in May and what the legislature negotiates going forward to its ultimate state adopted budget. However, this time we do have significant recommendations both from the Assembly and the Senate as they're putting their work together for the governor. And so for this budget process, at least for adoption, we are going with the governor's May revise. This particular slide was from a School Services of California presentation that we heard on the governor's May revision. And our County Office of Education also agreed that we probably should go forward with the governor's proposal for May revision, as there was so much difference between what the Assembly and the Senate wanted to put forward. So what you're going to see tonight is just the governor's May revision. To show you some of the funding proposals and the differences between the three different entities, This particular slide here, again, comes from School Services of California. At the time the May revision was put out, just for the LCFF funding side, the governor was providing an additional $2.1 billion in ongoing Proposition 98 dollars to fund increases in the LCFF. This was going to be applied through existing formula, and then it would also increase the grade span adjustments, or GSAs, as well as our supplemental and concentration grants. The Assembly proposes a 15% COLA for the LCFF, funding that by an additional $5.6 billion and increasing the number of students that are identified as low income. Then the Senate proposed $5 billion growing to $10 billion by 24-25 for a permanent ongoing increase. Those changes just alone are huge when it comes to translating all that into what would impact us ultimately as the district. Next slide. So as I mentioned, there are significant variances between the May revision and the joint legislative budget proposals. These alternative proposals have significant implications on the district's budget. The proposals have a real possibility of dramatically affecting the district's ending fund balance and the requirements that are pertaining to the 10% reserve cap, which goes into effect for the 22-23 school year. Based on the ultimate state budget, the board will have to take action on a 45-day revision, likely to be more significant than any time in the district's history. So for the 45-day revision, what that means is once the state adopts their budget, any significant changes that were not included in the district's budget, we then have to bring to the board a revision to recognize those changes. Why that becomes important is the board will not have an opportunity at this point in time to comply with the 45-day revise and approve expenditures to put into the budget to go with any new revenues that are coming forward. Because the board will not have an opportunity to make thoughtful decisions on expenditures, we will be requesting that the board those identified funds out of the 45-day revision be placed into a reserve identified as committed in nature. That way we are adhering to the 10% cap on reserves, until which time the board has the opportunity to have a clear understanding of what the intent of the funds are and how to roll them out thoughtfully. Next slide, Rob. So as I mentioned, the conflicting interest and priorities, the May revision proposed a $2.1 billion augmentation. The legislature proposes $4.5 billion. The May revision proposed $8 billion in one-time block grant funds for the increased operational expenses and protecting staffing levels, student learning challenges, and mental health. And the legislature proposes an $8.5 billion one-time block grant, which may only be used for salaries, benefits, and pension contributions. The May revision proposes a COVID ADA relief for the 21-22 year, and the legislature rejected this proposal. The legislature adds homeless students to the UPP, which we feel is a very good thing to do. And the legislature increases the poverty threshold for the UPP count. And the legislature also proposes $1.2 billion for transportation with mandates, and there's a lot more. And the next slide. So the reserve cap, I want to spend a little bit of time talking to you guys about this tonight. This is new from the perspective we've not had to change how we put reserves in our budget, although the board has acted on them at the time that you review and approve the interim reports that we bring to you. But this time it's a little bit different, whereby now for our assigned and unassigned fund balance dollars, those cannot exceed 10% of the unrestricted and restricted general fund expenditures. So what that means for us coming into 22-23, I believe our unassigned and assigned fund balance at the time was right around, I want to say maybe 12 to 13%. So what we're going to ask you to tonight is to consider moving two particular line items that we have discussed about reserves in the past. And instead of putting them in a line called assigned reserves, we're going to ask you to take those same reserve amounts and move them into a line category called committed. All this means from the board's perspective is that these funds are committed for the exact same intent that they were reserved for originally. This just makes it more formal and doesn't become discretionary, meaning that administration would just go into those reserves and pull them out and place them without bringing it to you first and letting you know, okay, this is the transaction we're going to make now. As part of the first interim, as an example, we would bring that to you at that time and say, okay, now we're implementing this component. It's going to cost this and it's going into the budget. So that's a little bit different than what you guys are used to seeing. Normally you're used to seeing the impact of us moving reserves around, not necessarily beforehand. So that's going to be in existence at least for the 22-23 school year and could be going forward. Next slide. So statewide average reserve levels, you can see there for school years 1920 and 2021. You can see unified districts, which were one of those, were in between 18 and 22%. I want to say we were less than 18% in our first year. Not to say it wouldn't grow in our years 2 and 3, but it's our understanding, it's in the year that you are in, that we have to maintain that 10% cap. Next slide. So reserve cap actions. So with the deposit, so how do we even get into the situation? That is specifically because the revised deposits in the Prop 98 reserve exceed 3% of the K-12 population, K-12 proposition funding, reaching 4% of funding in 2021 and 7.8% in 21-22. In 22-23, the account at the state level reaches 10% of K-12 funding. Based on this, the Constitution limits a district's assigned and unassigned reserve to 10%. So with that, the cap in place for 22-23, we're recommending to the board to move forward the $6 million in professional development, which is pursuant to labor agreements that the board has just approved, to committed, and then $7.9 million, which were monies that were identified for the loss of our unduplicated pupils. That amount we're also asking to be moved to committed. That way we may be able to maintain programs for our high needs students. Next slide. So the LCFF and what does it mean for ELCRO? So a 6.56% COLA means that we will be receiving an ongoing new revenue, $23.2 million. That's $23.2 million above what we received for school year 21-22. Next slide. So our unrestricted general fund and the changes we've made for 22-23 is we have increased the COLA from 5.33% to 6.56%. We have an increased revenue and special education funding, specifically AB 602. The base rate going from $715 to $820 per ADA. The expenditure changes we've made, we had an increase in CalPERS employer contribution rates, up, 25.37%, up from 22.91. We have the year 2 implementation of our COVID relief funding plan. That's the plan the board took action on that we refer to as ESSER 3. The implementation of universal transitional kindergarten, that now has a student to staffing ratio of 12:1 for 22-23, and will drop down to 10:1 in 23-24. We also have additional teacher staffing for independent study, as those students still have not returned to their home schools and are exercising the right to do their learning in an independent way. Next slide. So I want to talk for a minute about the education protection account. So back when Proposition 30 was approved by voters in 2012, this made sure that the increase in taxes went directly to direct instruction. Then in 2016, Proposition 55 extended Proposition 30 through the year 2030. So all the revenues that are received under those propositions are redirected from the district's LCFF and they're placed into a unique account. What that means is those monies are earmarked and can only be used for direct instruction. And so we have to set aside those costs and show that that's what that value consists of. So for the 22-23 school year, to satisfy this requirement, we are recommending applying teacher salaries and benefits from grades TK through 6th grade to the tune of $160 million. This is something that has to be explained at a public hearing and then ultimately approved by the board when the board approves the budget. Next slide. So here's all the fun stuff we just talked about and more to come. So these numbers look really, really good. I'm very, very happy to know that the state is sending the dollars that they have our direction. However, it does make me a little bit nervous that these are going to actually be sustainable in the future. So for 23-24, we do still see the COLAs at a higher level than the norm. Again, the norm being less than 2%. So we're anticipating new revenue of $33 million in 23-24. And then estimated for 24-25, the Department of Finance has put out 4.02%. Again, new funding above and beyond the prior year, 23-24. That amount is estimated at $21.6 million. Then we have our normal expenditure categories that we look at. So contributions and transfers, salaries and benefits, operating indirect. With that, we're going to be deficit spending when we adopt the budget by $10.8 million. That is specific to the bargaining agreements that we just approved by the board. That does not include the one-time payments that are still pending for employees, and it does not include the professional development that was written into each of the units agreements, whereby they're getting 28 hours per staff person for professional development at their per diem rate of pay. Coming down the line, down the column, excuse me, our estimated beginning fund balance of $109 million that comes from the prior year. That results, after you take off the deficit spending, of an ending fund balance of $98.4 million. That $98.4 million is where the reserves come into play, and there's certain things that we have to identify. The first one being that we, as a district of our size, has to maintain a mandated 2% reserve for economic uncertainties. So that's the 19.6 you see there. Then the anticipated loss of our unduplicated pupils. That's the $7.9 million I talked about with the reserve cap. We're recommending to the board to move that 7.9 into a committed category of reserve. And then professional development is estimated at $6 million, and that is directly related to the negotiated agreements for the 28 hours per employee for training. What that leaves left is this undesignated amount of $64.9 million. That $64.9 million cannot be more than 10% of the entire restricted and unrestricted general fund. So by doing the two transactions, the 7.9 and the 6 million into the committed reserve, we are now meeting that 10% cap requirement. And we are actually, I believe the number is just over 5 million more in committed than what we really needed to do. But knowing the result of the state budget that we think is going to come forward for our district, we think that this sets the district up in a pretty good place where we are in compliance and not sitting on funds needlessly. So looking at 23-24 and 24-25, because of the high COLA amounts, we do have a surplus of 13 million in year 2, and we'll have a projected surplus of 20 million in 24-25. Now, Those are big numbers again, but we also have some big one-time things happening that if the district and the board would like to maintain some of those programs, those are specifically right now being funded out of ESSER relief, COVID-19 relief funds. If those positions and those programs are going to be maintained, we have to be very mindful that the amount of surplus we have in the second and third year is enough to bring some of those programs back in line here. This isn't necessarily monies that we would just want to just go out and start doing something without evaluating that other portion. And if you remember correctly, our ESSER 3 expenditure plan, over 3 years, we would be spending, I want to say it was in the neighborhood of $134 million. So clearly we're not going to absorb $134 million in this budget. But, you know, it is pretty significant going forward that we would want to look at and plan accordingly of what's to happen as we move forward. Next slide. So other items for consideration are enrollment trends. Just as far as enrollment and students actually attending school, we still did not make back our concentration portion of our LCFF, as our unduplicated pupil percentage is still below 55%. It's now at 52%. So it'll be really important this year, for one, to make sure that we have our enrollment coming back to the level that we expect. It's also important that our families understand that just because you don't need to turn in your free and reduced lunch count form, that it is important that you are recognized as a family in our district. So in the event that you do qualify, that our district is able to have increased monies coming in for supplemental funding and for concentration funding. We also have a new anomaly it's not a new anomaly. We do this exercise every year called a maintenance of effort calculation for both special education and transportation. When it comes to special education, the amount of increases we're getting in state funding are very beneficial and rightfully so, should be coming in the manner that they are. However, it's decreasing the amount of contribution we have to send over from the unrestricted general fund to the restricted general fund for special education. That is causing a maintenance of effort issue. And that means that we're having difficulty maintaining the same level of costs when it comes to looking at special education from a local level. So we're working on that, trying to figure out where are the categories that are causing us grief. If for some reason we don't meet our maintenance of effort for special education, we will lose our federal IDEA funding. And that for our district is $11 million. So we're going to try to figure out what is the best way to navigate maintenance of effort specific to special education as they continue to increase funding. We now have the reserve cap requirements. This is going to be a new category that we will be bringing to you financially for considerations in order to reserve funds. And then food nutrition services. So the board had approved $5 million over the next 3 years to help support food nutrition services. This is specific to universal meals, meaning any student can have breakfast and lunch for free as long as they ask for that. We're watching the meal reimbursement rates as they come in to ensure that we have enough monies within the food nutrition fund itself in order to maintain the same level of meal service that we've been able to provide in the past. That amount wasn't quite 5 million this year. As we did adopt with a contribution over to support food nutrition, but we'll have to wait and see how the revenue trends are as we go into next school year. And then, as I mentioned previously, we have the ESSER plan positions, so roughly 350 positions that are funded through one-time monies that we want to take a look at, and we will bring back to the board as a result of what happened for the 21-22 school year. And then the 45-day revision, which is going to be very exciting to see where all of the dust settles. Next slide. So this is the, I call it the other half of the budget, although it's not half exactly. We have a number of different funds that we don't bring to the board in a presentation. This isn't because of transparency or anything other than, this is only specific to spending money in the way either the categorical funding source or grant dictates. It's not discretionary. A lot of these funds you guys will see through other board reports and other avenues through board meetings on the impacts of these funds, but we'll go through them briefly here because they do exist and they do add to our nearly $1 billion budget. So in the restricted general fund, you can see where deficit spending, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Deficit spending for restricted programs just means that they're spending their prior year fund balance. So restricted funds for Elk Grove, what that means, it's our grant funding sources. So Title I, Title II, Title III, you'll see our after school and safety program known as ACES. It's our after school programs, special education, lottery, routine restricted maintenance. Those are all examples of restricted funds. You can see there's a lot of federal revenue coming in. There's 103 million. That actually has pieces of COVID relief funding in order to implement the year 2 of that plan. You can see there's another 107 million. That has to do with our year 2 implementation of ELO, not ELOP, but ELO. And then the contributions and transfers, that 113 million, that coincides with the multi-year or the multi-year projection we just looked at. That's specific to special education and to routine restricted maintenance. And then their supplies and their indirect. And so they have enough funds in order to be self-sufficient. So that's a good thing. Other than special education, those transfers for them is to maintain their program plus any growth. Next slide. So the next slides we're going to look at, these are all what I would consider cost centers, where we have to account for all of their accounting transactions within a unique set of funding sources. So Fund 09 is the charter schools fund. It only houses the operations for our dependent Elk Grove charter school. So Mark did his mini presentation on his LCAP. We take his LCAP information like we do a school site, and this is how we build his budget. So his budget reflects what is in his LCAP. He does receive LCFF revenue based on the ADA from his program, and he also receives, a little bit of state revenue. He also receives in the LCFF revenue line there, that 2.8, he does receive pass-through property tax to support his program as well. So he has earmarked almost 100% of everything that he's bringing in to some kind of expense account. He has a surplus of $8,719, and he has a restricted reserve balance of $5.5 million. Then looking at Adult Education Fund 11, this is all of the grants associated with adult education and adult learning. It has the Adult Education Block Grant. That was, gosh, I want to say we're in year 5 of that particular funding source now, which is nice because at one point we thought it was only going to be one time. This also has federal funds as well as state funds and fee-based funds. It also has opportunities for students to get their GED, or for adults that are wanting to get either their high school diploma or GED. It also has a U.S. citizenship program, and they partner with SETA to do career education to get adults back into the workforce. Adult education also has education that it provides to students at Rio Consumnes Correctional Center and the main jail. Next slide. Child Development Fund 12, this is 100% grant supported. Best way to describe this particular fund is this is the general education side of preschool. Not to say that these programs don't support students with special needs, it most certainly can, but its primary goal through First Five and Head Start is to serve our lower socioeconomic families. Next slide. Then we have the cafeteria fund, talked a little bit about that. You can see the contribution and transfer line there. It's the third line down. There's 1.7 million in there. This is to support all of the operations at Food Nutrition Services. This is all of their food, their kitchen support, all of their labor costs. This is their entire operation. So roughly $25 million in operations for feeding all of our students. Next slide. And we have the building fund, Fund 21. This one we call Measure M. These are all the transactions for the construction side. And this is where I think we are on our third sale for implementation of our master plan. Next slide. Fund 25 is used for revenues that are received from developer fees. We use these monies along with some other monies when we apply for new construction or modernization through the state. So developer fees goes in here. We have a report that we do back to the board regarding developer fees and the level 1s and the level 2s, et cetera. Next slide. Then we have the County Schools Facilities Construction Fund, Fund 35. These are monies that come to us from the state after we've applied for new construction, new schools, or modernization. Boy, I have a hard time saying that word. This particular one, I believe we've been fully paid now for all of our construction. I want to say all the way through mix. Mix might still be pending. Anyway, we couple this particular funding source along with developer fees and along with Fund 49 in order to complete those construction projects going forward. Next slide. This is the reserve for capital projects, Fund 40. Fund 40, right now, the only activity that was in there has ceased, and that was directly related to Proposition 39. And it was for, I think we put it on here, it was for specifically energy projects. So we have a fund balance right now of almost 2.2 million. And that is in the facilities in Sue Bell's area. And they have the projects that are laid out to fully expense that portion. Slide. So then we have Capital Projects Fund 49. And it's used to account for capital projects financed by the Mello-Roos. So as we have taxes coming in through our Mello-Roos side, there's monies that are deposited in here, and we use these, so tax proceeds, essentially, in here to pay for a portion of staffing that runs the facilities projects, as well as construction projects at the school sites. Next slide. Then we have the Bond Interest and Redemption Fund. This keeps track of the debt service payments. This particular fund is specific to Measure M. Next slide. And then we have the Debt Service Fund 52, and this one is specific to the payment of debt for the Mello-Roos Community Facilities District. And the next slide is Fund 67. So Fund 67 for us is a little bit different. We used to we used to process our own workers' compensation claims. We no longer handle that internally. We are now using Schools Insurance Authority to handle our workers' compensation claims. We are part of the JPA with other districts in the county, partnering with SIA in order to process our claims. What is in Fund 67 are the claims that had transpired prior to us moving to this new relationship with Schools Insurance Authority. So what you see there is the remaining liability for those claims that have not been closed yet, $4.5 million. We have some staff costs in there that support the interaction between Elk Grove and SIA and the employees that are out on a workers' compensation arrangement. And so for the 22-23 school year, we are budgeting, second year in a row, 1.75% of each dollar is going toward the cost for Schools Insurance Authority to manage our claims and to satisfy any liability on that side. So we're very, very happy. This is huge and good news for us. Our rate in the past had never been below 2%. So we're very happy to see that this program is working in the return to work program specifically. And so next step. So we must, by law, adopt a budget by June of 28, or excuse me, by June 30th. We're going to bring it back for adoption on June 28th. We are hoping that the final state budget is approved prior to June 30th. If it is, you would be seeing a 45-day revision from us around July 19th or as far out as August 9th. And if I can't imagine it would happen, but in the rare event that they do not adopt a budget by June 30th, then that 45 days just starts whenever it is that they actually adopt a budget. Then unaudited actuals for school year 21-22 will be brought back to the board in September. And then first interim for 22-23 will be brought to the board in December. And then we'll be right back at it again for the 23-24 school year in January of 2023. And with that, I'll take any questions, but I believe that is it.
Are there any questions, comments? Seeing none.
Madam Chair.
Oh, okay, I didn't see. Sorry.
You.
Oh, so,
Okay.
Okay.
No,
Mr. Forcina.
My hair was blocking Carmen in his defense.
Mr. Forcina, then
Go first and I'll go second.
It's like Titus Espinosa.
Thank you. I too like to move things along, Crystal, but this is an important item. I have 3 questions and then some points I want to make. First question, Shannon.
Yes.
As budget managers began to prepare their 22-23 budgets, what instructions were given?
I can't speak for other districts. I can tell you in consultation with our. Oh, for us?
Us. What did we tell our budget managers who had budgets last year or for this current year? What did we tell them about using that and planning for next year? How did we tell them to go about building their budgets?
So we don't give specific instruction to program managers. What school sites were told was to plan on their allocation levels being similar to what they were in 21-22, and we honored that. For departments, and I'm going to just speak to my own, my department budget did not change for this upcoming school year. I don't have anything in my department budget that constitutes additional needs of funding. So as an example, I don't have maintenance agreements or something that would impact my budgets where I would need more money or less money. We did reach out to a number of different program staff that we know has a natural increase in costs to solicit that information from them so that we could make sure that the different parts are accounted for. But essentially we start with the prior year budget and we monitor what's been happening in the past. And then we either make suggestions to make changes, or we do have program staff will come to us and ask for changes. And those are reviewed by cabinet.
Shannon, you just added more questions than you answered. So we're going to be getting, or we may well be getting exorbitant amounts of money. And budget managers have just submitted proposed budgets that are in a sense the same as the 21-22 school year?
That's accurate, yes.
And so all these huge amounts of money we're getting are undesignated?
They are currently not designated until the board takes action to implement whatever fashion they come to us in.
That's going to lead into my points. Thank you. Second question.
So one point on that, just to make sure we did show in 22-23, we're still based on the May revision is we're deficit spending in 22-23 currently. Now, based on what's happening within the legislature and what will be the final budget, there will likely be additional dollars that will show up on the revenue side of the house, but they're not there yet in comparison to the other things the board has already approved in the budget with regards to labor agreements and those kinds of things. So that's why you see we still have the deficit spending for 22-23 as currently proposed.
Okay. And then Shannon, just to reiterate one of the points you made, while it's a positive thing that dollars for special education are increasing, we still have a significant deficit between cost and funding, and that deficit is made up by the general fund, correct?
That is correct.
And is that about $100 million right now?
It's sitting at right for adoption purposes, it's 92 million.
Okay. And I just think that's an important point, and that I do believe the district is very attentive to meeting the needs of special education students to the extent that we backfill with dollars that are targeted for the general population and spend it in special education in order that we meet the needs that we believe the kids deserve. You mentioned that going forward, we will need to be reviewing decisions made with respect to ESSER funds and determine going forward what we want to maintain and what we don't want to maintain. But as we discuss this issue, my recollection is that we discussed assessing all programs in order to make the determination with respect to what we want to keep and what we don't going forward. So what is your recollection?
Mr. Fortuna, the same as yours.
Okay.
My comment about the ESSER funds is because of the amount of staffing that we needed to hire in order to even begin some of these programs left money on the table, if you will. So in reviewing the ESSER positions and the ESSER programs themselves, it's more about trying to utilize the dollars in the best way possible. That way we're not returning anything at the end of the 3 years. I don't necessarily know from a program perspective, Mr. Cerruti would have to weigh in. I don't know that we're in a place yet as far as what's been implemented within ESSER to know if we should even be looking at measures or any of those outcomes yet. Mr. Cerruti can speak to that better than I can, but it was my understanding as well, Mr. Fortuna, based on what you said, that we would be looking at all programs, specifically to one of the points that you've made more than once, which is there may be programs that exist in our unrestricted general fund that we may not feel that, is what students need today, or it may be something different, and we may want to take those dollars and put them elsewhere.
Thank you. Well, I have all the confidence in the world in Mr. Cerruti that he's going to be producing for us. Now, I don't have any more questions, Shannon. I'm going to make a couple points, and I've discussed these with the superintendent, and I'm going to make them just because I need to make them. And I'm going to be, I'm not going to be pleased with myself, if I suppose, if I don't make them. And I don't want to appear as lecturing, certainly, but some of them will sound that way. First of all, a budget should reflect the instructional needs of kids. That's why we're here. But at the same point in time, it has to incorporate social justice for our employees. And that is something that is going to be paramount to me, and I know others, as we go forward. Prior to tonight, the board has not had in-depth discussions regarding the 22-23 budget. And the board has a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers that we spend money appropriately, and I certainly will be looking to meeting that responsibility as we go forward. At this point in time, the board has not had an opportunity to discuss what amount of money may be needed for the comparability study adjustments and associated adjustments, nor has the board had discussions regarding the minimum level of pay that should be offered to the lowest positions, or what amount we want to negotiate for salary increases. The board has not had discussions yet regarding its priorities for the 22-23 school year budget. Now, there's one point that I have looked at considerably and very seriously. There's tremendous optimism with respect to the amount of money that is going to be made available to us for the 23, 24 school year budget and the succeeding years. And while that's good for me on one hand, I've been around long enough to be, I suppose, more of a pessimist than an optimist when it comes to looking at beliefs and promises. And one thing I looked at very, very seriously, and I won't do it tonight, but it doesn't mean I might not do it next board meeting, is that we make a 10% reduction across the board in all budgets, and that we set that money aside in committed reserves to deal with all the issues that I have discussed. I have heard there will be money for us to do this and there will be money for us to do that. And I know that when those comments are made, they're made honestly. But as I said, I've been around long enough to know that things happen and the best promises don't always come to fruition. And one thing that needs to happen before the Board of Education has a final vote, or one thing that I believe should happen, is that each of our concerns need to be addressed before we're asked to approve a final budget. And if that doesn't happen, then the vote should be no from all 7 of us. Thank you.
Ms. Chavez Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few points. First off, Mr. Fortuna, I don't think you represent the pessimistic view at all when it comes to budgeting. I'd actually like to contrast that. Okay. You know, one of the things I wanted to say, you know, just really in response to the presentation.
Still can't hear you that good. I don't know if it's all the way on.
Get any closer. Okay, is that any better? That's, my knees are hitting. I cannot get any closer. We're gonna have to get a longer mic. Okay, okay. So just to add a little bit of context really to the presentation is a couple of points. First, it is a little hard to follow and I think the presentation did an excellent job, but it's still hard to follow. So if it wasn't clear for anyone, we're really being asked to pass a placeholder budget. And stop me if I'm wrong here, but this is my understanding. So the legislature has a constitutional deadline, and in order to meet their constitutional deadline to pass a state budget on time, they have passed a placeholder budget, which means that we have to pass a placeholder budget, which means our 45-day revised will in effect be our real budget. So all of your points, Mr. Fortuna, about conversations that we should have, there is still time for those conversations to take place. And, you know, I think it's really important to highlight that for all of our stakeholders to understand that there's no desire to be misleading, you know, lack transparency or anything like that, simply that we don't have the information from the state that we need in order to build our real budget yet. So just wanted to make sure everyone understands that that's what we're asked to do right now. I also wanted to talk about, you know, the exorbitant amount of money that my colleague, Mr. Fortuna, is expecting. There are so many moving pieces here, right? So we are losing our concentration grant. The per pupil amount may go up, may or may not. We don't know. We don't know how that'll be structured, how it would affect us. You know, property taxes apparently are up, our enrollment is down, all of these things are moving. And taken as a whole, I don't see an exorbitant amount of money coming at us, right? There's a deficit spending in the budget year. And other than that, I see us doing maybe slightly better. So it's a lot to follow. So that's my take. I just want to make sure folks kind of have an understanding of what's going on. And of course, I want to remind folks again, we're still facing our ESSER cliff, right? We're in year 2, I think, of implementing those funds. When you look at our LCAP, you will see a lot of the wonderful things that are being done with that money. You know, more bilingual teaching assistants, more folks around social, emotional, and mental health services. You know, things that our students obviously have needed all along. And now we have 3-ish years of funding to spend it. So that's something to keep an eye on as we're seeing how much our per pupil funding and general fund increases, right? Hopefully it'll close the delta a little bit between a regular level of funding and all of those one-time levels of funding, because we brought on some great folks to provide some really important services to our students. And we're gonna have to make some hard decisions pretty soon about what we're able to retain. So just want to continue to hammer that home so that folks are not surprised, you know, when we have to have those conversations. That's all, Madam Chair.
Ms. Albiani.
I want to thank Ms. Chair Espinoza. I think the idea that we have to pass a placeholder budget is 100% on point. The budget, the state is passing a budget and they have not decided the details. And so it is hard for us every year when we do not know our money and we do not have consistent money. And it is one of the most frustrating parts of this job. But the fact that they don't even know what they're doing at the time they are passing the budget to give us, to make our budget, we are dependent upon that, and that is a challenge. I also want to point out, and it's one of my things, we have STRS and PERS are being increased every year, and in the presentation, we're looking at a 2.5% increase. So while we are given a COLA of 5.38, when you put 2.5, we need to put into retirement to ensure that our hardworking our staff is paid their retirement. That decreases what we can do. So I personally have been lobbying to have STRS and PERS paid by the state in part of this program, because that allows us to use more of these COLAs to give to our employees and our students. But there's, as Nancy said, there are many, many parts moving, and I appreciate us developing a way to keep our money and provide ourselves the time to have thoughtful conversations on how to spend it. And I do believe that will be at the 45-day revise as well.
Okay, then I'll go to Tony, Mr. Perez. Well, no, Mr. Yang, you want me to come back to you? Ms. Jamerson, any just comment or question?
No, I just appreciate the comments that the rest of our board members have already made, but I appreciated the presentation, and yes, I'm in agreement with all that's been said.
Mr. Perez.
I support the proposal that we have an emergency meeting regarding fiscal year 2022-23, dealing with these issues that have been brought up today, and have Miss, what's her name? Hayes, Miss Hayes present there, and also possibly with School Services of California. Now, what I read through Mr. Hoffman's report and what was reported today, there were a lot of similarities and some contradictions about how much we're going to get here and how much we're going to get there. So, and annually, we do sit down and talk about our priorities with funding and different scenarios. And I'm wondering why Mr. Hoffman has not proposed that again this fiscal year. And that just, you don't have to answer that right now. So there is going to be a lot of money according to this School Services of California report. And we're going to have to get more astute to where we want to use this money. And there's a lot of guidelines to where we're going to have to spend the money and reporting. But yet I don't think, I haven't heard from our administration how can we use this money and the reporting of the monies and what schools are qualified to spend it. So, and then within the next month, the 28th or this month, you want to sit down and approve this budget? Well, I guess the timeline is going to have to change according to this page 30. That's a scenario that we have to deal with. But yet we need some type of workshop amongst ourselves to discuss this budget and where we're going to spend this money. I heard that, taking 10% from everybody across the board, every department. No, I don't agree with that at all. It's a matter, and I faithfully believe that our Assembly and Senate are going to come through with more money than the governors has requested or put down in writing. It's just that we need, again, the bottom line, we need to meet and have some guidance from consultants from California Services and a variety of budget analysts and see how we're doing.
I mean, what we built for this placeholder budget, if we want to use that term, is using directly the information from school services. This is one of the major sources that we've used in building the budget. The reality is the legislature and the governor don't know how much money is going to be there.
Right.
They don't know which pots it's going to be put in.
Right.
And they don't know which strings are going to be attached to which pot. Nobody knows that yet. The information just doesn't exist.
Right. But yet you're telling us as a board to make a decision the 28th, and without any discussion about, what our priorities, like Mr. Forcina said. We haven't had that discussion yet. And then when are we going to have that discussion? And
so, Mr. Perez, just let me share in all candor from a staff perspective. Ms. Chaitis Espinosa, Ms. Albiani, Mr. Forcina make very astute points. I've jokingly said if I were king for the day, I would require the legislature and the governor to adopt a budget in May, a real budget by May, because we are required by law to adopt our budget for the following fiscal year by June 30th. We have you cannot waver from that. But yet, sitting here today, and this is my word, I would tell you that the legislature and the governor are at an impasse. They are fighting tooth and nail over the additional funds that will come to the LCFF base, whether it's going to be one-time ongoing, and there's a huge pot of one-time money. We literally don't know. And so we took an approach in this budget that we're holding a public hearing on tonight to put into the budget what we believe based on our best information. And I can tell you Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Hayes, and myself are very connected to the folks at the White Dome that know what's going on. We tried to build in what we know is going to happen. There's a huge unknown. There's 67 components to the education portion of the state budget. Right now, the legislature and the governor only agree on 19 of those. So we really don't know what's going to come. In bringing you a budget that even folded in any of what we suspect might happen would have required for tonight and the 28th that we have you commit other dollars because of the 10% now reserve cap that we know aren't likely. And to have the board, and I think to Ms. Albiani and Ms. Chaitis Espinosa, is not about transparency. It's about playing with the cards that we've been dealt. Ms. Hayes and her staff, the countless hours that go into just getting to this point, knowing that it's dramatically going to change and we get to start all over. This 45-day revise will be unlike any in my 22 years. It's going to be more than material. It's going to be very, very significant. So my point is we share the frustration and we got a long road ahead of us. And I know this board and I know this district, we will effectively plan how to use those additional dollars and we'll use them in the right way. But it's going to come with a lot of work and a lot of discussion.
Yes, but like I said before, we had budget planning committees or workshops, and we did what if, scenarios. We had budget A, B, and C, but as of today, we haven't had that. That's what worries me, that you're kind of pushing me to make a decision the 28th for this particular budget that you proposed without any discussion amongst ourselves to talk about our priorities. That's what I'm concerned about because, and I know that a lot of this money is tied up for a certain type of student, and I haven't seen a budget. I've seen a district-wide budget, but I haven't seen a district area 1 budget. I haven't seen an area 3 area budget, or even individual school budgets. And a good question that Mr. Forcina said, has our administrative staff, principals, or who was in charge of those budgets at the school site, they're in limbo too. And they shouldn't be, and they should be giving us feedback about their needs and desires of what type of programs they want. But that is not happening. And that should be happening through the LCAP of the local control and all that stuff. So that's what I'm kind of concerned about right now. That the process is not happening. Our budget process, I'm not sure what's.
Okay, so one piece I want to make sure we're doing with the budget and what we did in 21, 22 is we're keeping the status quo in place with regards to staffing even though we've had reductions in the number of kids.
Yeah. Okay.
So we're trying to make sure that we have the level of service that our families have come to expect, even though we've had 2 years of declining enrollment, but we're not reducing the staff that goes along with that in this setting right now.
Well,
and I don't interrupt you, so please don't. We're already deficit spending for 22-23. As it stands right now, because of the decisions that the board's made in previous years with staff recommendations with regards to programming and with regards to agreements with our employee organizations. It's where we stand right now. If we were to do anything more than we're doing right now, we're just increasing the deficit spending in the coming year. So we're building a budget to keep the services in place that we're currently providing. We're also implementing an ESSER plan and increasing services for students. And in my understanding, if this isn't clear, is the board went through multiple processes in identifying really important things that they wanted the district to do. And those things are in our ESSER plan. So as we move forward and those ESSER dollars go away, those things that the board has already decided are really important are going to go on a budget priority list. And they're going to be shown we have 1 more year of funding to be able to do these things. And then just like we've done in the past, if there's dollars that we can identify that are available to keep the things that the board says should be priorities and should move forward, can we find one-time dollars to keep them going for a while? Or can we find ongoing dollars to have those things happen for us? So we've done multiple processes over the last 18 months where we've brought ideas, services to students, and we decided those are really good ideas. That's our budget priority list. I mean, we can't afford to pay for those things yet in the long term. Some of them are one time and will go away. We are going to analyze the whole budget. And are there things on the ESSER list we want to do because they're better quality than what we've been doing for a while? Those things are all happening, but the board has been making decisions through multiple plans that we've had to bring to the board of what the board is prioritizing. And we've been working through, that's been the priority process in a COVID reality.
Okay, you finished? So anyway, what concerns me is the other issue is that we're doing this budget, but yet we have not did any, or I haven't seen no assessments or evaluations of programs that are working at the local level or to need to be continued or be funded a little bit more or discontinued because they're not working at the local level and in the school sites. So combine all that together, you know, that's an issue that, you know, that I'm concerned about too.
Those updates all year long.
And I also believe in the past we've had the board workshop opportunity where we examined some of the priorities in the past. But I think where there's some confusion is in Shannon, Mrs. Hayes, your slide number 7, it just alludes to that last point you have there. This state budget, the board will have to take action within 45-day revision and it's going to be more significant than any other time in the district's history.
That's right.
Going back to that point right there, we're just in unique situation and unique circumstances. However, this is still on track regarding the same timeline of looking at the budget and then going back again. We will be revisiting that on the last slide within 45 days once the state approves and the legislatures adopt. So I just, I know this is going to be, we're going to continue to have these discussions, but for purposes, Mr. Pierce, going back to citing you, we have to fall within the law at this time, is my understanding. And we wish we had more to grasp. However, we're at the leisure of others who are making those decisions at this point in time.
Absolutely. And I don't want to try to suppose, I hear you all and I know what you're feeling. For me, this portion of your annual budget cycle, this is not abnormal from what we've done in any other year. And what it's really requiring is that to start your fiscal year, to ensure that you're fiscally solvent over a 3-year period. As Shannon presented over the multi-year projection, it looks like you're going to have a surplus in year 2 and 3. That's the time that it allows you to start thinking about what else can we do? What other programs might we want to add? I hear you on the evaluation of existing programs and whether or not they're valuable enough, my words, to continue or to eliminate. It would be foreign for me to think of a district's adopted budget in June to already have everything brand new built into that you think you might ever need moving forward. Because there's just not the time, the budget cycle, to your budget adoption requirement to even have those thoughtful conversations. So I understand how awkward that feels, but I think practically and logistically speaking, it's a very difficult feat to get to.
And Mr. Yang had a comment. Mr. Yang had a comment, and then I know Mr. Fursina had one as well.
So you
can I speak?
My other question is the 10% reserve cap. Now, in your report, we had a 2%. Was that we're adding from the 2% in the budget, we're going to give it a 10% and possibly use that later on after the 45 days? Is that what you're saying?
So my best explanation for that is the 2% is your minimum that you must have by law. 10% is now, starting July 1, the maximum that you can have by law.
But yet, can we use that? And they're proposing to use that. Can we use that in programs to admit?
Sure.
Later, after
not the 2%.
The 10%.
Yes.
Okay, that's okay.
Mr. Yang had a comment.
I just want to start saying thank you to Ms. Hayes for the presentation. There's definitely a lot of information on that presentation, a lot of positive stuff. I just want to say that aside from a lot of things that have already been said from my board members and Chris and Mr. Pierce, I am in a line in terms of, we didn't just get here by accident. There's a lot of meetings, conversations, ideas exchanged, and there are programs that are wait for fundings to fund it so that we could see what are these future programs that will be implemented for the kids will look like as far as performance. And I think we may very eager to see and somewhat panicking to see maybe it won't work and jump the gun a little bit. And I think that we have to go with what we have agreed to at this point And the ESSER fund is a perfect example of what we came to this point with a whole bunch of meetings and brainstorming ideas of what type of program where the money is supposed to go to. And we are waiting for that funding to be used on these programs. And then the data, I believe the staff's gonna collect it. And then going forward, we going to continue to find any funding that we may have in the future to fund the ones that are most needed in the future. That's what I thought we talked about. That's what I thought I heard tonight. And I think we have to be patient and wait for these programs to kind of play itself out and see the result. And I thought tonight's presentation is kind of just telling us what kind of money we're going to be getting or where the programs are, and that's what I see. So you know, let's not be panicking and may misleading our stakeholders at home or whatnot that, you know, we just kind of got this budget by accident, and that is far from the truth. So I think we have done thorough work by Ms. Hayes and her team and by our board, and I'm happy to see where we're at tonight, and we'll see, you know, what we could have going forward as far as extra funding. And if we have it, you know, to Baf's point, yeah, we could use that money to go to a retirement or some other places that will benefit the staff or the students. So I look forward to see how things unfold in the future. But I'm very happy to see what we have tonight. Thank you.
With my comments, again, I just want to go back to Mrs. Hayes. Thank you for the presentation tonight and the information provided. I believe some of the concerns of my colleagues have been brought up tonight and are transparent. There's some uncomfortableness knowing that things may change, you know, and we're going to be looking at decisions again for out years. When we look at budget, it's a projection. We're doing our best to analyze the crystal ball before sometimes it rolls out. And again, there's going to be a lot of questions as we move along, even the shift with the ADA, the hold harmless. Again, if we're going to be accounted for ADA, it not just affects our district of the site, it affects many districts in the state, because as we all know, there has been a decline in student enrollment. So that is going to impact our budget some way. So I'm just thinking of all of those other questions in the back of my mind, you know, as we continue to move forward and continue to ask those. As far as my understanding is, this is what we've been doing as far as timeline-wise. We've come before at this meeting. We're opening the public hearing at this time, and it's not adopted until the next meeting, with that understanding that there will be a revise. And then we will thoroughly look at it and revisit again the budget and continuously do that for this next year. So at this time, I would like to open the public hearing. And okay. So I'll go to Mr. Fersina and then Mr. Perez, just to make sure. And then I will open the public hearing.
Yeah. First of all, Sean, I heard what you were saying, but I have to assure you, I'm not jumping the gun. I could sit down with you and show you the emails that I've been sending for months on these issues. What I addressed tonight is not the first time I've put them on the table. So I'm not jumping the gun. And when you use that kind of a language, it's demeaning, because it indicates that people haven't acted in a way that they need to act. So you need to be cognizant of your words. Irrespective of the fact that we do not know what the exact amount of revenue will be, does not negate having discussions on important topics. What do we as a board want to have as a minimum salary for our employees? What do we as a Board of Education believe, and we certainly have the experts, that it's going to cost us to fund comparability study adjustments? What is it as a board we want to talk about with respect to priorities? And I totally disagree with it 100%, that the board had the opportunity to designate its priorities when it accepted ESSER. The ESSER decisions was about how are we going to spend this one-time money? Yeah, inherent, and no, it was never about that we were going to continue 383 positions in the future. It was, we have this amount of money, we got to spend it by this date, and how do we want to spend it to support our kids and families? That's not ESSER? Explain to me what ESSER is.
Not true.
We
built the plan with one-time dollars with the expectation that some of those things were truly one-time and would be done, and they would go to the side. Not dramatically different than how we did budget priorities when there was dollars on the table for budget priorities. It's always been my expectation, and I believe the expectation of other members of the board, that many of the services and programs that were built in the ESSER plan, we wanted long-term. And those were priorities that the board approved through discussion, through feedback from staff, through feedback through parents. Those are priorities. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing them.
The ESSER money represents 25% of our budget. Where in the heck were we going to come up with 25% of the budget to sustain the efforts?
Again, much of it is one time and will go away one time. But our goal is we had this conversation, Carmen, you and I.
I know.
Hold on. That at the end of our careers, if the best case scenario was during the ESSER time, we were going to be able to do things that we always dreamed of doing. And in the best case scenario was, that would become our new normal. And whether that came through increased dollars from the feds, which there's been conversations about, whether that was increased dollars from the state and or crazy talk, we went and tried to find another funding source because we could show our community that what we built was so good and so powerful that we can't let it go away. So these are priorities. These are things we want in our schools long-term, knowing we only had one-time funding to do it. But the goal has always been to make the best of those things ongoing long-term. Those are our current priorities.
I'm sure that's what you believe.
It is absolutely what I believe.
Yeah, I hear you. I just disagree with you. And when we voted on ESSER, while it is a board decision, I voted no on ESSER. And I shared many of the reasons why I did not believe we should have adopted that package. And I hold by those tonight. The thing is, as I said before, and I'll go back, and Mr. Perez made one of these comments, the fact that we do not know how much money we're going to receive, even though I have documents saying it will be significant, does not preclude this board from sitting down and having discussions.
Okay, so to that point, the things you're talking about, we are doing the process. We're building the comparability study right now. The board is going to be able to identify dollars that they want to dedicate to that. Right now, there are no dollars in the 22-23 budget because we're already deficit spending that I can recommend to this board that we dedicate today to the comparability study, because those are ongoing dollars and the money's not there yet. I think it will be. We want to have conversations about employee compensation. We want to have a living wage conversation. Some of this is closed session because it's negotiations, so it's not a public conversation, but we'll have those conversations as well. But staff brings a recommendation to the board based upon factual dollars that what we think we can afford to do. We have no idea what we think we can afford to do yet. The 45-day revise, we'll have a better picture of that. So the board will be able to identify dollars for a comparability study, dollars for negotiations. Those conversations are all gonna happen. But the idea that this board hasn't been engaged in priorities for the last year and a half isn't accurate. It's different than the model we used previously. I think when this all gets done and the ESSER funds go away, it's gonna look a lot like it used to look, where you're gonna have a list of board priorities, and these are people, and these are programs and things, and we can afford to do them one more year in a one-time basis. We got some new money this coming year. Which of the items does the board want to turn into ongoing? I mean, that's what this thing will look like again. But where we are right now, this is just different. And if that hasn't been clear, I'm sorry.
Well, we can go on all day. We can go on all day long. Wait a minute, Tony.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and say it because I don't think it's a violation. And if it is, somebody will slap my hand.
I vote for no.
Well, I've been writing confidential memos about issues that have been on the table for almost 2 years. And so I guess when I hear we're going to do something, it's hard for me to believe it when I wait and I wait and I wait, and not for things that are for me, things that are for our employees, things that are for people who work with us. I have become more pessimistic over the last few years than optimistic, because I see a lack of delivery and I see stalling, and that's what I see. I'll just say it one last time. I will say nothing else for the rest of the night, and that is that indecision about amounts does not preclude the board from talking about the future. Thank you.
Mr. Perez and Ms. Albiani.
Okay, I'm reading from the governor's May revision from you, prepared by Ms. Hayes. The local control funding. Oh, no, let's go. Yeah. Oh. Okay, to further assist districts, the May revision includes $8 billion one-time discretionary allocations from Proposition 98, allocated on a per pupil basis. Although discretionary, the worded intent of this funding is the things such as increased operation costs, pension contributions, protecting staff levels, learning challenges, and supporting mental health and wellness needs of both students and staff. So that's the issues that we, as a board, have not discussed. Mr. And then you say, I hear that we don't have money for pension costs or contributions, but it's coming from this line item or this May revise. Then it says a second ADA relief provision will also allow districts to use their 2019 and 20 ADA. So they're coming to our rescue, but yet I don't see how this May revise is changing our present budget to reflect that.
Mr. President, because we were deficit spending more money previously in our multi-year projections with the May revision, we're deficit spending less because there's more money in the May revise than there was in the January budget.
Right.
So we're deficit spending less, but it's still $12.5 million deficit spending in 22-23 based on the governor's current May revision. Now, the legislature doesn't want to give us protection for the ADA cliff. Their take is we're going to give you 16%, so just go ahead and live with the 16%, and we're not going to protect you from the ADA losses. That's the battle that's going on right now,
right?
And those are diametrically opposed. those cause us huge issues.
Right. Well, you know, I have faith in them, and I think they're going to pull us out of this. So we need to discuss this, though. That's the bottom line.
You bring up two really good points, and that's exactly why we brought them up on slide 8.
Right.
The May revision did have $8 billion in discretionary funding one time. The legislative package has it at $8.5 billion, but it's not discretionary. It dictates how you must spend it.
Yeah.
The I relief that you referenced, we advocated
yeah, I know
more than I probably have advocated in my life, as well as Superintendent Hoffman. The legislature wholesale rejected it. So which one of those two do we build an assumption on to put into a budget that you adopt that's going to force you to take action to not exceed the 10% reserve cap?
Well,
it's not a sound way to budget.
Well, when you're looking at page 8, what I'm thinking, what they're saying, the legislators increases the priority threshold for the UPP count. So that's telling me that they want more federal dollars as soon as they get more of these students on the
federal dollars.
It's all state dollars.
Or state dollars or whatever. But it'll come to federal dollars when you have more people with poverty.
The reason they're doing that is because districts like us have said, because of the free meals for all, it's become nearly impossible, if not impossible, to accurately account for the number of kids who would normally qualify for free and reduced lunch. We've shared that with the board multiple times. We've shared that with our community multiple times. We've asked for some type of solution better than what they currently do. So this is them listening and potentially coming up with another solution by giving us a different threshold so more kids would qualify.
Right.
Which is a positive thing.
Right.
But the reality is we still have to be able to identify those kids in order to get ourselves back up to a place where we're above the 55% so we could qualify for the concentration grant, which we've lost. During the pandemic, we've lost because we can't identify those kids accurately. All of this is the reality of what we're dealing with in trying to build this budget.
Well, you understand my frustration is, and my...
I understand everybody's frustration. I hear each and every one of you, and we will do this and we will do it well.
All right.
When we have good information,
yes,
we're going to do some really, really good things in the immediate future. And I think we're going to be able to identify long-term priorities that the board passed and the board as a whole, because once the vote is done, I get 4-3, that's the will of the board.
Right.
So the will of the board was the ESSER plan is in place. The will of the board is those are really important priorities. The will of the board is we want as many of those to be long-term as we can. And I'm going to help you get there, and our staff is going to help you get there, and the leadership of the board, we're going to get there.
But
we need a little bit of time to make sure we know what we're dealing with. That's all I'm asking for.
But I think I would feel a lot more comfortable if this board met together and discussed these issues right here, like how we did before, and we're all on the same road.
We'd all be more comfortable if we got to do what we did before, but that's just not where we are right now.
I'd like to call on Ms. Albiani.
I just wanted to make a quick comment and recognize the hard work that's been done for these 2 years on our leadership's part. I don't think there's been any extra time for anything. I think we've spent time, we will get a plan together, and we're all very frustrated, and I think it's come to a head tonight, and it's a good time to take a breath, and I hope we can move on and have our public hearing. And I just wanted to say thank you to our staff.
Thank you for that. I know there was a lot of questions. At this time, I'd like to open the public hearing and call on Ms. Soriano to see if there's any via public comments on Zoom.
Madam Board President Martinez Arlery, there are no public comments on Zoom.
Do we have any blue cards?
No, we don't have any blue card.
I'd like to close the public hearing and announce that this item will be brought back for adoption at the regular board meeting on June 28, 2022. I would like to take a few minute comfort break, 5 quick minutes if we can before next item. I'd like to call Mr. Pierce for the action item, the Governmental Financial Strategies Joint Powers Authority.
Thank you, President Dr. Martinez-Alier, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, and of course, Ms. Nguyen. I think this will be her last. One more board item? Okay, this won't be your last board item, Ms. Nguyen. So this is a follow-up to the discussion item that we had on May 17th. Again, very pleased to be sharing an exciting opportunity to be part of a unique Joint Powers Authority, one that we believe will bring added value to our district and the K-12 municipal marketplace in general. Staff has completed a due diligence phase for consideration of the formation of potential membership in a JPA for financial advisor services. It entails teaming up with other fiscally prudent and like-minded public entities, and of course, government financial strategies whom we've worked with for a number of years. The following public entities have proposed to establish this Joint Powers Authority, and they are as follows. Capistrano Unified School District, likely to approve the JPA agreement tomorrow night at their board meeting. Davis Joint Unified School District, who approved the JPA agreement on June 2nd. Kern County Office of Education and Home to FCMAT approved it on May 12th. Sacramento County Office of Education approved it on May 17th. Santa Clara Unified School District approved the agreement on May 26th. Schools Insurance Authority approved the agreement on May 12th. And again, I'm asking for your consideration to approve the agreement tonight on June 14th, and we will be the second to last member should the board approve, as Capistrano is likely to approve tomorrow night. As the board is aware, the district has successfully worked with and received financial services from government financial strategies for a number of years. It's been a very successful relationship. It has resulted in multiple fiscally solvent and beneficial financial endeavors, utilizing best practice at the least possible cost to the district, and more importantly, the taxpayers. The formation of the JPA will ensure that GFS's continued ethical, fiscally solvent standards and best practices will be perpetually sustained, while also ensuring that its members have the same interests and goals. If approved by the Board of Education, our district will be a founding member, which means we will have a perpetual seat on its board of directors. This will afford the district additional opportunities and benefits, including governance and direction of the JPA. It's important to note that only LEAs that join the JPA will be able to receive financial services of GFS moving forward, and we certainly want to continue with that service. I do want to note that we work closely with our own attorneys, Lozano Smith, on the formation of this JPA, as well as the agreement that's before you tonight. So too, a comprehensive legal team made up of Fagman, Friedman, and Fullfrost. School Legal Services by way of Kern County Superintendent of Schools and Downey Brand have all been involved in the development of this JPA. So looking forward to hopefully your approval, and we will be members of a new JPA starting July 1, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Perez.
I see School Insurance Authority. Is that the one that you mentioned earlier, or somebody mentioned earlier, that workers' comp?
Yeah, so we are a member of SIA, which is also a JPA as well. A number of districts are members of SIA, and they provide a number of insurance programs for school districts, the largest being property and liability. We are a member of them. They also do administer our workers' comp program. It's an interesting add to the group, and they are simply becoming a member just because they really like the work of GFS, and they want to use it as a learning tool for all of their member districts as a potential opportunity. When districts get in trouble financially, it can affect the insurance companies as well, and it's nice to see SIA being a member. They won't utilize, well, they could utilize the services, but they don't typically do large financial endeavors when it comes to bonded indebtedness or...
Will they sit on the board?
They will, yes.
Also? Okay. All right, that's the only question I have.
Thank you.
Seeing no other hands, I'd like to call for a motion. Did you have a question?
No, ready to make a motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, to adopt the resolution number 77, approve the Joint Powers of Authority Agreement. Do we have a second?
I second it.
And Ms. Nguyen?
Aye.
Ms. Tritis Espinoza?
Aye.
Mr. Forcina?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson? Aye. Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Ms. Albiani? Aye. Myself is an aye.
Thank you very much.
Unanimous. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to call on any board member and the superintendent, if there's any reports. I see Mr. Forcina has his hand up.
Yeah, last Thursday morning, we had one of our regularly scheduled 2x2 meetings with Rancho Cordova, of which I tuned in a little late as I sat thinking about the fact I had something to do and then remembered. But as always, again, wonderful meeting. It was just a recap of things we've talked about before, basically. And everybody's favorite topic, certainly, the middle and high school for Rancho Cordova. But like I say, it's the folks out there are really pleasant, and it's good to have the reviews, and that's it.
Thank you. Ms. Albiani?
I just want to say AEC has assigned me 54 proposals to read in the next 10 days, and we are working on the AEC, our CSBA conference.
Mr. Hoffman, any other reports?
I don't have a report, but I just want to say you're not supposed to laugh when she says that.
Sorry. Yes, I passed that on to Ms. Albiani. And then we did sit in for CSBA with Assemblymember Cooper's office to request certain funding in the budget. So just wanted to make that announcement as well. And I attended the Board of Directors meeting recently, so thank you. Feature items on the agenda. Is there any call? Mr. Forcina. Microphone, please.
I know you're going to be taking minutes, but if it helps you, I have a. All right. The first request for future board meeting would be to have a report on our preschool services, and amongst the things that I would suggest are included are structure of the programs currently offered, the intake process to include what happens when a parent doesn't have all the proper paperwork completed or available, parent outreach efforts for enrollment and learning opportunities, teacher work hours to include responsibilities, the number of student positions unfilled and the reasons for the vacancies, level and type of administrative support, number and type of staff and positions unfilled, the food program, and resources that are made available to parents, both through the district and in the community. So I would like to have that on a future agenda.
Can I ask a question procedurally? So I share your interest, Mr. Forcina, in a lot of those items. I'm wondering maybe what's the best way to proceed, because some of these I think might be handled as a board communication. I mean, is email a good way to have folks chime in and say whether they think we should discuss them in a meeting or handle them some other way?
We can either vote on the item, or if we feel like it should be presented in a BC, but there's no, it's just a feature item.
Well, the other pieces, if we want to present the topic, and I can look into it, have a conversation with board president, and then bring it back to the board as a presentation. Whatever the board wants to do.
Did Tony, I didn't make a motion, but I would make a motion that we have a report on childhood development.
Yes, I second that.
Second. So we have a first and a second.
We'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Forcina?
Aye.
Ms. Tritis Espinoza?
I don't really understand what's being asked. So a report on childhood development?
On the program.
Does that mean bring the item here or
Preschool, so
provide?
now I'm confused.
Okay. So does that mean let's have a presentation at a board meeting or let's receive a report?
Presentation, board meeting.
So as opposed to reading something individually.
Mike.
Could one of those board meetings be a board workshop?
You know what? It certainly wouldn't happen at the August board workshop, and I think it deserves discussion before the public, and if we do it at a workshop, chances are that won't have a large audience.
Yeah, and we're not committing to when. We're getting the topic on, and then we'll figure out.
Well, I'm not. I mean, I'm not talking about 2 years from now.
Agreed.
Yeah, I just was trying to get clarification on what the ask was. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Albiani?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Ms. Nguyen?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Yes.
And myself is an aye.
Okay. Now, my next items aren't, let me say, as I read our handbook, it doesn't require motions. I would like to make a request that you, as president, convene the board's subcommittee on policy development and review, and that 3 policies be reviewed. The first policy would be the policy on the uniform complaint process. The second policy would be the policy on non-discrimination in employment. And the third policy would be regarding the board's finance subcommittee.
Is there a policy subcommittee?
Well,
I don't know that I've
I've
never had a.
What is it labeled? No, not ad hoc.
We have the finance.
Are you talking about the finance committee that we appoint, each board appoint?
And it has a whole set of procedures to it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Finance committee, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's not, you.
The
you
board's
want
finance.
You want the finance committee to review these things?
No. I want us to review. I want us to review the document that sets forth the roles and responsibilities for that board committee.
Right, but you're asking for a board subcommittee on policy. I don't think that never.
No, I'm talking about that document, and if I misnamed it policy, I believe we know what we're talking about. We have a document on the board policy subcommittee, the finance subcommittee, and I'm asking to review it. It's our document.
Mr. I understand you want to look at the finance committee document. I get that, but I don't know that there's such thing that I'm aware of as a board subcommittee on policy, that subcommittee, because you asked that the subcommittee would look at these 3 things. I'm just not aware that that exists.
Crystal appoints a subcommittee when there are requests. Yes, I said the board subcommittee, if we, and I suppose we're getting technical, so that's okay.
Just trying to make sure I understand what
I'm just thinking for clarity wise,
Crystal,
could we?
You have the responsibility to appoint a subcommittee when we have requests for policy review. I am asking that, number 1, you do that for the uniform complaint process and the non-discrimination in employment. And then I was also asking that you utilize the same committee, because it would be the same committee anyway, to look at our document that addresses the board's finance subcommittee.
I mean, this could be 3 different subcommittees. 'Cause, I mean, because when we have topics like this, an individual board member may have more of an interest in one than the other. So the idea that one subcommittee would do all three, I guess that's possible. But the other piece I could see
Well,
is
I doubt that you would want to split out the uniform complaint process and non-discrimination in employment, since the non-discrimination in employment is referenced in the uniform complaint process.
well, a lot of them reference each other.
Therefore, well, it's fairly specific. Therefore, those two should be one, and you could have a second one to deal with the board finance subcommittee.
And the other piece is the uniform complaint process gets updated almost annually because there's always a change at the state level. So it's one of them.
I don't personally care if it's updated daily. I'm asking to review it.
So can we have a conversation, Mr. Frisina, you and I, so that way I know exactly what's requested instead of having maybe 3 different ones and one specific, just a separate outside conversation, then we bring it back?
Do that, but I didn't think I was that unclear.
Well, I think there's,
Do we not convene subcommittee to review policy? Don't we do that?
Never done that.
Excuse me, we've never done that?
I'm not sure. I don't remember doing that.
Oh,
so
we have.
if we can have a separate conversation, that would be helpful.
Tomorrow?
I'll check my schedule.
I mean, I'm burned.
Yes.
I'm so tired of being jacked around with delays. I'd like to have an idea as to when the conversation would occur so I don't have to ask again.
Yes, we can have a conversation.
Okay.
Could you tell him before the next meeting? I think that would satisfy
Yeah,
him.
within the timeline before the next meeting. Yes. I don't, okay. I just don't know because Mr. Frisina were those all of your requests for future
That's
agenda
it.
items?
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Perez.
And I would like to see some follow-up. I'd like to see some follow-up on Ms. Nguyen's report regarding on page 8 and 9, student forum key findings, and who would follow up from these findings in our staff. And it could be in the BC report, you know, how we're going to follow up on these issues, or what's the best suggestion that staff would suggest that we.
Much of what was there was what Ms. Nguyen was recommending the next student board member things that's what a lot of that was. So we will look through the document and the report and get something to the board so they understand what's going on. So there was things that I think the district should be focused on, but then that one list was actually things that she thinks that the next student board member should be focused on.
Yes, but
the idea
Agreed. Yeah.
Yes, but it'd be nice that we as board members are following up on these issues ourselves, and we know who within our staff is following up and working with a student representative. So it's not just thrown out in the air, like Mr. Frisina said.
Understood. But, you know, the other piece is if there's facility changes, policy changes, that'll come back to the board. I mean, we can
whatever issue is that, if it's a policy issue, let's deal with the policy issue. If it's a staff issue, respond. Let's talk about it. Let's do something about it. Right?
Understood.
Okay.
Friday, Espinoza.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Superintendent, but I think what you customarily do when we get a list of issues like that is you take it back to cabinet and, you know, kind of go through it and see what, if anything, needs to move forward and assign it there. So maybe that might be a process that you use here.
Yeah, we will take a look at it. I mean, but again, some of the stuff was what Mr. Nguyen wanted the student to do next, and in leading the processes and that kind of thing. So we'll look through the report.
Well, I as a board member would like to follow up or be on the loop, seeing who's our new student board representatives and how they're working and give us an update. You know, that's what I suggested, or my mind is.
That will be coming forward, right, the next July meeting. So, yeah, he has not started yet. So
and it'll help him out. Give him a head start, you know, who he's going to go to talk to.
I mean, he was here tonight. He was here tonight and heard the presentation.
Right. Okay. But yet, you know, it would help him out and help me out to understand this issue, who's responsible for these issues on the district level. You know, that's our responsibility as a board too.
Any other future items? Seeing none, I'd like to adjourn the meeting at 9:41 p.m.